it is. Yeah, it is a battle for position and for 15th place between the 182 by TSR1, driven by Harry Witter, and behind it's Gordon in the 93 Aston Martin that is following closely behind in IM class. That's for third place, no, second actually. Second and third place currently battling for position, and just need to see if the chat is working, which is looking at how everything is working, so doesn't. In fact, it's not even the chat is working here. Why? It's quite frustrating. Okay, I don't have the chat anymore. Fantastic. Why is it? Because it's another link. Okay. So yeah. Now that I've got everything under control, it's a strong word, under control, but not a mess, TM. Currently fighting for 15th place, as I was saying, is the BMW here and the Aston Martin, both driving a front engined car, with the leading of the two being way wider. That's also because of the BMW ability to go through wider lines, as it's way more stable, and I'm also quite surprised that there aren't so many BMW here, considering that this car is really good in turn-in, and this track here is exceptionally good for turn-in, but also it helps having a loose rear, kind of. At the moment in the podium there are a couple of different manufacturers. We got a Ferrari, followed by a Mercedes, followed by another Ferrari, which is actually the same team, it's just that it's being separated by the FRL car. But the Vesta Sport, Ferrari 51 and 11 are currently in both ends of the podium. Then there is Verstappen for the 141 McLeod Racing Team, here following one of the cars in the podium. The only problem is that he is getting lapped by the leader, currently an entire lap over the fourth placed car, which is also another minute in front of Maggioni for the third of the 296s. Just behind is another McLaren, 7 seconds behind in the 230, the Finnish driver here in the 720S Evo. Then we have the current leader in IM class in a Honda, so not really the most... Whoa! There is currently yellow flags being shown. It's actually just to let other cars pass by. It's also a bit of a sandwich among different cars. All of them actually need to let the Aston pass by. Oh, there is a contact! Oh, there is a heavy incident! The very second I'm in, there is currently the 534 into the wall. And it was also the Aston Martin making contact. It was a very odd situation there. You can see from the helicam that you can see the McLaren basically getting sent into the wall. The 534, unfortunately, with some heavy damage in the front end of the car. It's going to be quite interesting if there is going to be any penalty on the Aston Martin car. This team here has an entire minute of advantage, so not much to worry about, but definitely a penalty will not help their situation. But as I was saying here, the leader in the IM class is currently getting followed by Zompel in the 212 Porsche, as you can see there. About to get closer and closer as the time passes. Currently 1.1 seconds behind. In terms of personal best, the MSR team has the upper hand after 197 laps. Zompel managed a 51.5. 44.0, apologies, I was looking at the last, not the best. 44.0, and Gardner managed a 44.6 in terms of best times, but as you can clearly see, one is ahead of the other. Currently the lap time are more or less the same, with Gardner having a 51.630 while Sample made a 51.625, so it's practically the same for both cars at the moment. The second behind is in 9th place the FRL Mercedes 331, with Aleman following in the MSR Ferrari. 57 seconds behind 9th placed Mercedes, with then another Ferrari behind is in the 11th place, 1 minute behind, and then 31 another Ferrari driven by Domenico Bilotti for Assetto Racing Team. Then we got a Porsche 15 seconds behind in 14th place, with an Aston Martin in number 77 driven by David Macaretta in 14th place. A minute 20 seconds behind is Witter and Gordon, that clearly made a mistake somewhere around, now 3 seconds behind, with another minute being left by... Oh, there is a yellow flag currently ongoing. It's currently a Porsche in the middle of the track. Jose Luke Addison is currently in 17th place, with Gerving in 18th, and 21 seconds behind is Brooker in 19th place, with Zaza completing your top 20 in the 712 Ferrari 296. 9 seconds behind the car in 19th place. Then we got a gap of 34 seconds to Jacobs, with the Dutchman for a race sport behind 10 seconds, with Austin another 7 in the 33 West Competition Racing. Odd to see this team here, only 23rd, with then Novak in 24th, with Nerbe Vortuisen, with Kedi, Sauter, Hunadi, Firth in 30th place. Then we got the Italian McLaren here for FMP Italia. Then we got QRT Esport, followed by Turner in the FRL BMW, followed by Era Sport in 44th, with Besselink then in 35th, and then all the others until 47th place. The moment Zomper seems to be having some issues, worsened by the fact that he's now having a drive-through for exceeding the track limits. He has got more than 3, and the 4th one is a slap in the face, with a drive-through getting handed to the Porsche 992, with delivery clearly referring to Rexy, that will drive in IMSA for the first time in Daytona in less than a month time. As currently the 212 goes into the pits to go after its penalty, and it will have to go through the pit lane, and it's going to be a lengthy drive, even because he will, without any real defense, lose the 8th place to Garbi, currently in the Mercedes, and now about 4 seconds in front. Another Ferrari passing through, but it seems like an IM. I think it is the car number 72. Quite sure about that. It could be Besselink though. At the moment, the MSR Esport will have to go through 8th place once more. 4 seconds in front, so everything still to be made. At the moment, the track is getting less wet than earlier on. 15 degrees in the air, 16 is the temperature on the track. But in 15 minutes we could as well see the sky getting clearer, and this means that we will see the first gamblers to go into the pits. As you can see, even if it's wet, doesn't mean that they go slow, trying to get as quickly as possible through the S's in a Hungarian track, but still 4 seconds behind the Swedish driver up ahead. In terms of lap time, there are just a handful of drivers that are managing to go in the 50s. We got only the top 2 and the 4th placed Aston Martin with Garner actually following the same line, 50.8 for the Honda driver in IM class. That team is clearly going quite differently compared to their opponents, even considering that the closest IM driver, which is 8 positions below, is currently lapping in a 45. No, in a 45 in terms of best timing, best timed lap. As I said earlier, 44.6 is Gardner's one. But actually the last time around for Witter was a 51.8, an entire second slower than Garner at the moment. So this team here for Remnant Racing is definitely on a different plane compared to the other IM teams. For now it doesn't seem unbelievable to think that they will have a clear shot at winning the class, even if a good thing is to never say never, but there is currently an entire lap of difference between the two teams, so I actually think that there isn't really much to worry about. In the last laps I was trying to have a look at what the situation is, but the top 4 seems to be quite gapped among each other. As there are still 5 hours and a half to go. The current scenario sees 2 different Ferraris and a Mercedes in the podium. Even if I'm seeing that there could be the potential to have a different opinion on what could the number 52 that is currently losing a tiny bit of time every single lap. Even if the last lap was actually more than a tiny bit, Majoni lost an entire half a second, 51.3 for him, but 50.8 for Kartunen in 6th place. For some reasons it's showing me a very strange number in the timing score. I'm seeing Majoni lapping at 2 minutes 30 seconds, so I clearly think that something went wrong in the timing screen. Meanwhile, there has been a yellow flag here for Barf. Not really sure what's that about. It's actually just to let the faster cars pass by. Nothing to really worry about. So as I was saying here, Majoni is currently losing some time. The reason is actually to be held to the cars that are in front of this team here. It was actually the Aston Martin 93 getting a bit in the way. Now 5 seconds behind Witter. But Cartoon here for King Racing Finland is 7.8 seconds behind, and if he's able to clear the gap half a second every single lap, it's obvious that the 5th place there will be heavily in danger. As this time around, just a time has been cut between the two cars. Remember, there is also battle for 29th place, as Firth here in 30th place is currently just 2 seconds behind Hanaday in a 5.31 just in front. In the last lap 6 tenths has been, no, 8 tenths have been gained by Firth, so I don't think we will need to wait too much time to see a difference in position. I could see, oh, there is currently a car in the middle of the way, to be fair. That car was the 475, nearly getting tapped by someone passing through. It was actually more than a tap by the McLaren in front. Not sure which McLaren that was. But it was luckily I missed contact, but that definitely didn't help Hannady, as now the Porsche driver is just a second in front of Firth. And that second has indeed been lost by Hannady in the last time around, and you can see the rain up there is indeed getting less and less, to the point that in 10 minutes we will not see any more drops of rain. The sky will not get much clearer though, it will remain cloudy for the remainder of the next half hour. As there is also a little bit of a fight here for 18th place. It's actually between a Lamborghini and a Porsche. Oh, the 75 is now off the track, into the grass, nearly into the wall. I suspect there was a contact between the two, and now Zaza goes into 19th place, overtaking maybe both drivers, goes for the move into the inside, and in fact goes a bit too much into the brakes, loses the place back from both the Lamborghini and the Porsche, without another contact between the Porsche and the Lamborghini, with the Lamborghini 75 now into the wall, straight into the wall in the first of the two hairpins. I wonder if there was a contact between the Porsche and the Lamborghini. Again, it was indeed a contact, but this time around I don't think there was any fault by the Porsche driver, with Gerwig getting sent into the wall as fast as possible, and Zaza getting the better hand on the opportunity into 18th place, gaining 2 as of this contact. I don't think it's over, since Brooker is clearly in need of another place. That's for 18th place, but also that's for a position in class. To the chicane. Bit of a better line for the Porsche there. As we go through the S. The attack is now damp, so we may as well see some drivers choosing to go into the pits a bit earlier. There are several teams at the moment on track, so we may see someone gamble. There's also a drive-through for Southern in number 4. I don't know if it was an old one, but that's certainly now a thing for the team in 28th place. Getting a bit closer into turn 1. I'm quite sure there is the Aston Martin there, maybe getting a bit in the way. Still, it's a number 93, so it's not much. There is much they can do. They are behind in the leaderboard, and so this means that they really don't have any right to pass. They can unlap themselves, but obviously this has to go differently than the usual. The Lamborghini goes a bit in the middle of the way, and with hazard lights on, gets heavily in the middle of the passage of these two drivers now that still battling for 18th place. And also there is the McLaren behind. That's the McLaren number 230. So even for them, they are losing a massive amount of time. Now 9.6 seconds behind Maggioni, instead of the 8th second they had initially. Bit of a puddle getting encountered. Still the rain is falling. As Brooker gets a 5 seconds penalty. Should go quickly in the panel about the incidents, just to be sure, but I'm honestly quite safe into knowing the reason for that. For now, the McLaren behind is still struggling massively to get through. They are not letting it pass by, which is clearly not the best for the McLaren lineup. For now, Brooker stays there behind, but there is a clear chance for Brooker to make it happen. The McLaren still losing seconds after seconds, as on the McLaren has a 10.5 second gap to the top 5. vehicles are showing in the main straight. These two don't seem to be giving anything to the other. But this time around the Porsche can make it happen into the inside. In fact, there is a fault. There is actually the Ferrari going a bit wide, losing the apex, but getting a bit of a better exit after into turn 3. There is also Furf currently in the contact with another car. The reason is to be given to... I wonder if it is the BMW. Yes, it is indeed the BMW that went way too long in the brakes and double tapping even into the Mercedes up there. So for now, the rain has stopped officially stopped, and so this actually means only one thing. It means that the dry line is going to appear, and it's also a drive-through for Brooker for exceeding track limits. That one there was the reason he went wide, and there is no coming back. He got a drive-through, and Brooker will probably also lose the 19th place on Jacobs, considering the DT and the 5 seconds penalty, of which I still can't see anything. Not sure why. A bit frustrating, but I still think that the reason is one and only. So now Brooker will go into the pits to serve the drive-through, and they will lose several seconds, to be exact 26. Plus another 5, it will become 31. So it's actually not enough to get Jacobs a position further up. 35 seconds was the gap earlier on, so in any case there aren't enough penalties applied to the Porsche up there to effectively lose another place. So for now the gap in front here is actually just 5 seconds. Even if Keenan lost an entire second in the last lap only. This one here is still a contention that goes on. And the 43 is actually into a contact with the Porsche I was telling about earlier on. And another contact involves a Ferrari and the Porsche up there. So double contact, and the 166 this time around I think will lose indeed the position. That was Jacobs passing through. And Brooker lost the place, and the reason is this one here. So 166 goes on to try an overtake. It was fairly questionable, and then makes another contact with the 999 that was passing through. You can see here 999 getting tapped from behind, and actually going for a spin is the number 166 now in 20th place, with possibly some damage, and certainly the position getting into the 20th, not the 19th anymore. 8 seconds still in front of their adversary behind, but Jacobs is now in front, and those 5 seconds means that whatever the result into the pit, since everyone will probably go into the pits in a couple of laps, there are also 5 seconds to be counted in the pit stops by Turn 1 Sim Racing here. Obviously with so many cars on track and so many drivers, you always have to be alert. As Vasher is possibly the first one to go into the pits and to try something different, while Evanson is currently spinning in the background. It's actually a stop and go for Vasher. Apologies on that. So trying to overtake the 270 in 40th place, and the 197 goes on to a half spin, losing massive amount of time. So as I was saying earlier, Vasher actually has a stop and go penalty, 30 seconds on his name. And Feltham is also in the pits. This one is a proper stop. Possibly a change to dry tires from 13th place, now in 14th. And possibly it is the first of the odd choices, since the track is clearly not dry as of now. But actually Keenan will go for the same tactic and try a different strategy. Goes into the pits. I wonder if it's for stint timers, which is actually a chance, but I can't really be sure since I don't see the stint timer. I just see that it's 33 minutes, but that's only because I've been in the lobby for 33 minutes. So Keenan actually goes into the pits. So it's going to be very interesting to see the 473 here with, I suspect, dry tires. Looking at the lines, I'm fairly sure they are on dry tires. Maybe a bit too early, thinking about the fact that there are so many teams in the lobby. Possibly a thought was maybe it gets dry enough. Maybe it was made too much in advance. Same goes for Giovanido in the number 11. Same goes for Maggioni and Cartunen in the 52 and 230. A good chunk of drivers actually going into the pits. Jacobs loses nearly the position on Brooke, that actually slows down to go into the pits and change the tires. The 531 is also in the pits, but showing yellow flags. I'm not really sure why. Also, Garbi in the 331 goes into the pits, and the leader makes the same decision. Into the pits for the 51. So maybe, just maybe, it's actually getting very, very dry very, very quickly. Certainly it's going to be a good tester. Roy Bruce for SimTech Racing. But for now it doesn't seem like the right tire is actually a good choice. To be fair, it seems more the opposite. Now also getting overtaken by a Ferrari there. So it's clear that the dry tire here is not the best. Or something different has been made. Oh, in fact, there is a major issue now because the car went into the wall. After pitting for a different set of tires, not even going into the curb, just lost the car. And I think that's also some suspension damage for the Porsche number 473 that was in 13th place. But now it is raining on a wet surface, and the 473 will probably have to deal with it either by going into the pits or just by going for an entire hour without repairs. Seems like the choice is to continue. For now, Roberto Rebecchi in first place. Has actually enlarged the gap by a couple of seconds more. Now it's about 10 seconds. It was about 5 prior to the pit stops. As many other drivers are coming out of the pit or getting in the pit lane. There is another incident there. It's actually the 270, also in the middle of the track. You can clearly see the track is getting drier and drier. There is also the 303 that is in another part of the circuit, but definitely not in the correct direction. Now they are. There's also players now 2 seconds behind Benjamin Eck. There is also the 54 into the grass. Several drivers having clear difficulties keeping the car on track. Fortunately, this one seems way more different than any other that I have seen so far. I think there was a contact, but I can't be sure. Oh, the 54 again spinning in the middle of the track. I wonder if it's the opposite way around for these Mercedes. Maybe they are still on wet tires. And they can't keep the grip anymore. But obviously that's a bit unknown for me. As our William Giovannini is 9 seconds up ahead on the Aston Martin, following in 4th place, which is now showing just 9 seconds of gap. So at this point I think that it was just glitched earlier on, because it was showing more than a lap of gap earlier on. I just think that it was the race control giving me numbers, just not the correct ones. Also Van Eyck in the middle of the road, even for 72. With a BMW spinning there. It was actually number 6 in 33rd place. The car is actually stopped in the middle of the track. Now going back on the throttle, and only on the throttle, since I don't think the steering wheel is actually working. So possibly some steering wheel issues for this car here. It seems like now they are back on track, but with clear damage on the car, especially the side. That one there was actually, nope, wrong one again. It was actually Zachary in the 52 in 5th place, 1 minute behind the Kaiser. And again, the 72 is having some troubles there, going through the chicane. Possibly now they are indeed back. So as I was saying earlier on, before Hell went loose, plus at the moment in the 2-1-2, MSR Esports is in 9th place, 4 seconds behind Heck. And the last lap was a 51.380 for the German. The Swedish made a 50.7. So for now the gap is getting bigger and bigger. But obviously with the track now getting more on the dry side than the wet side, as you can see greasy on the upper part of your screen, we may as well see some drivers having some different approaches, even because not everyone is good in the rain, and some actually benefit from the rain. And the 54 is actually having some other troubles there. Stopped on track for a moment. We're now back in action. A bit of an update on top of the leaderboard. Rebecca in the last time around made a 51.360 and the Keenan made a 51.562, but as the track is getting faster, it also means that now Rebecca made a 50.1 and Keenan made a 50.1, 70 milliseconds faster though. So when he is in the middle of a track, but that's not the important part. The important information is that they have now a drive-through for exceeding track limits, so this means that they will lose third place to the 141 McLeod Racing Team, and Giovanni will then go in third place. The 72 is again struggling with the car. First thing, I can't see the reason behind it, but just the final part of it. Now also a trip into the pit lane. Probably there are some difficulties with the steering wheel for the driver there. So this means obviously that they will lose the 23rd place for one reason or another. As I was saying, the Kaiser will inevitably go into third place, and Giovannini will go in fourth after the drive-through. With the drive-through you lose about 26 seconds. So actually Giovannini will go 20 seconds behind the car on the screen at the moment. And unfortunately with also the rain that has stopped, this means that whichever time getting lost is actually way more in terms of amount, in percentage of time lost, than in the wet. She's losing about 25 seconds in a minute and 46 is way more than losing 25 seconds in a nearly 2-minute lap. So this actually comes in the most likely the worst possible moment. So the track getting faster and effectively losing way more time. Instead of a track getting worse. 474 is still having massive issues trying to go into the pits. Seems seems like they are stuck on gear. Clearly something is very wrong with that car. But at least they are back in the pits. Oh wait, I know the reason. You can see there, it's a flat tire. They have a puncture, actually. So that's why they were having so much trouble. They had a puncture in the rear left. It's the first time in my career that I see someone with a puncture in Assetto Corsa. That's why they were having so many troubles. It's actually... I think it's a world event. Like, someone actually had a puncture. This thing actually exists. And oh, there is a major contact there with the Mercedes sliding off the screen. That's Andy Weston in 31st place. I think there was a contact between the Porsche and the Mercedes there. Yeah, there was indeed a contact with the 54. It seems like nearly brake checking the cars behind. I know there is a rule of letting the others pass, but this doesn't mean that you have to slam on the brakes the second you see them. Because Plus really didn't have no choice in that particular spot. Also, Sims received a drive-through for exceeding track limits, but there is also Van Oom in the number 33 that is very close to the car in front there. In the number 87. Thinking about something into turn 1. But for now, nothing really happens. In the current situation, the BMW behind in... Oh, there's a yellow flag between two cars that were fighting for place. Now they're clearly not fighting anymore for 24th. You can see there it was the Porsche trying the overtake on the 180 BMW. Then a contact, a bit of a trip into the curb, and a loss of 2 places for Sleutel, into now 26th place. They were fighting for 24th. After that, both Stoll and Bad MC regained the place. And now there is Van Oom very, very close to the Ferrari up there. So the West Competition Racing trying the best to succeed in the mission. I really think this time it could be the time. In fact, the Ferrari goes into the defensive side of the track. Little contact between the BMW and the Ferrari, with M4 basically covering the entirety of the shape of the Italian branded car. Maybe because having an effective sedan and a supercar fighting one next to the other is always very odd to be perceived from the outside. But for now, Leone stays in front and is now also trying to get another car in the middle. It was the Ferrari number, I didn't take it on time, it was the It was the... I can't see the number. 270? It was indeed 270. In 39th place. But Emmanuel Leone stays 19th place. I'm quite sure the BMW has more. In fact, now there could really be the chance for the BMW driver. There was the chance. Unfortunately, Van Oom was just outside the range to make a pass. For now, the 296 Ferrari will stay there. Doesn't even defend because there is the gap to keep it together. You can also see the sun getting set in the distance, but the clouds are going away. This actually could bring more heat in the tires. There's actually Gordon in 16th place, clearly having a bit of trouble there in the grass. But we are getting back here. It is a battle between Dutchmen. The question is which Dutchman will be on top of the other. Dutchman. For now it seems I wouldn't say optimistic, but I put my odds on Van Oom, considering that this BMW here is actually quite good. At least looking at the times. The best time for the West Competition Racing 33 being set during the hours is a 44.6, whilst Leone's team only made a 45.3. And in comparison, the QRT Sport is objectively behind on the schedule, but for now they are in front. And the 43 is actually sideways in the middle of the track there, in 34th place. Now we'll stay here. The BMW that is clearly pushing as much as possible. You can see sideways over the hill. The track is still greasy, so not really the most of the grip. There are several cars with yellow flags being shown. There is Osorio in number 4, there is Spain in the 43, and Risdon that was showing yellow flags in the 270. With Weston that received a drive-through for exceeding track limits. Now both cars will have to go through the porch there. There's a billboard in the middle of my eyesight, which is not really helpful. The number 300 also receives a drive-through for exceeding track limits. That's the car number 274 that received a drive-through for exceeding track limits. Basileuter will be obliged to go into the pits as soon as possible. There's also a triple-way battle for 39th place going on at the moment. Between Coles, Doyle and Jordan. With Jordan that manages to get a position done on Doyle. It was for 40th place. And also the 93 is still having troubles. Again, the car on the grass and another car into the wall. That one was the number. Completely missed it. 999. Oh, it was actually a contact from behind. And then you can see the Ferrari going into the wall all by themselves. So Gordon actually got sent off the track. It was actually with a 999. So maybe we can see from the external side. You can see there the 999 behind that collides with Aston, then proceeds to send itself into the barriers. At the moment, these two are still one after the other. Last lap around was a simple difference of 10 milliseconds. 47.692 for Lune and 682 for Van Oom. So for now, there isn't much difference. Two completely different cars. One is front engine and inline 6, the other is a V6 turbo. Rear placement for the engine, which is actually a mid engine, not really a rear. Only rear is the Porsche. And the front engine for the BMW behind. And also in terms of difference in length and height, I can't remember the number by sheer memory, but here the BMW is roughly about 50 centimeters higher than the counterpart in front. At the moment, this one here is the fight for 19th place, and the closest encounter we have on the Hungarian track, with 5 hours to go. Bit of a mention for the cars in front. Rebecca in the last lap lost 2 entire seconds on Keenan, but the gap is actually 9.5. So in any way it is bigger than before the pit lane strategies. And there is also a 4.9 seconds gap between Handy in 7th place and Eck. That gap is getting very loose as the time passes, since Handy made a 47.5 seconds slower than Eck behind, now lapping 6.5 quite constantly. But we will have a bit of a view here for a tiny bit. I may be the dumbest person alive, since currently I just noticed that my microphone was muted for the entire time. I put on mute without really noticing. And the situation that happened is that while we were looking at the BMW, the Ferrari we were on went straight on into the barrier and lost the place on both Van Oom, and also not that now is back in 20th place, 11 seconds in front of the Ferrari, now in 21st place with a lot of damage in the front end of the car. Not still has a 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and possibly now 15 would become second penalty, or just 10. I wonder the reason. If I can't see anything. It's a 25. It's getting way bigger than expected. Okay, so completely avoid what I said. A 25 seconds penalty, and honestly I have no idea why. And there is also 5, then 10. I'm trying to get back here. So I've got this one up ahead. It's a 10-second penalty getting ended to the car 87 for a contact with car 270. Probably I've got it somewhere. 270 and 87. It is this one here. So this is the reason for the penalty. When it was still wet. It's the only thing that I see. Okay, apparently no. Can't see anything, to be fair. But that one. Is odd. But then there was also. There is a currently BMW defending against Podium for 24th place. That actually doesn't happen. Several penalties have been handed all at the same moment. Really making my job easy. The BMW currently will not defend against the McLaren behind. That's because they are on 2 different classes. So the 180 will actually leave the 737 pass through without any particular defense. And here the situation is slightly different with the 787 now defending against Eck behind in the Mercedes, and the same exact script, 2 different classes, so not really a lot of defense getting put there. So the 77 for TSE Racing, they've got a 10-second penalty. The reason is car 77 hits car 43 in the rear, making them spun with minor damage. And I want to see if I can maybe pinpoint that moment there. It was car 77 and 43. It should be this one here. Just hope it doesn't explode. Well, okay, this time around it is correct. So this is the reason. You can see the contact happening. For a brief moment though. And there is a 25-second penalty getting ended to the car 166. And it's actually 2 different outcomes. One comes from. Give me a 166. It's actually 2 different outcomes. The first one is car 166 hits car 43 in the rear, making them spun. And the same happens, but with 5 seconds more, so 15-second penalty for unsafe turning to the track on the racing line. and causing collision. Not written which car it was. Ah, 182. And let's see, maybe if I can find it, even if I found... I think it's highly improbable I can pinpoint it. In fact, I can't. So that's why there are 25 seconds getting handed, and the 10-second penalty to the car 87. Not really sure why it doesn't show. Like, I can see the contact in the race control, but it just shows me another timestamp. Then there has been a 5-second penalty getting handed to Michael Stoll. That's because of causing the number 43 off track. A 10-second has been handed to Sleutel in the number 300. That's because car 300 is not sufficiently alongside and goes over inside curb, hits number 43 and spins them off. Maybe I can let you see this one here. In fact, it's a double contact. Suppose it is this one here. So this should be the contact between the two cars. If the race control manager is so cool. Okay, I understand what happened, but come on. This time was wrong again. And that was a 15-second penalty. And then there is a car in the middle of the track. It's actually the 270. There is also the number 5 that this time around they disconnected altogether. There is a 10-second penalty getting handed to the car 77, of which I can't find. Okay, no, here it is. But it's the same that I said earlier. And there is a 5-second penalty to car 999 for a contact with 474. At the moment there is also a battle for 28th place. The 25-second penalty, it's objectively hard to make it back. 25 seconds will put not 10 seconds behind Leone, but Leone has a 10-second penalty, so altogether they will encounter each other after pit stops. The only thing is that Van Urm will be heavily happy about that. We know the Aston Martin that goes over. The BMW trying to put a buffer between them and Lombardi behind in a McLaren with Italian colors. As you can see there, the BMW doesn't really leave anything. That's because it's the number 180. They are in front of the duo behind. There isn't a single rule that actually gives the Aston Martin the right to pass. They just have to unlap themselves. The car 68 currently following the front engine, the Aston Martin ahead. Will probably be very, very grateful to the BMW for existing. Leaving the Aston Martin without much choice but to endure behind the BMW, actually trying to defend from the AM team behind, from the Apologies, the pro team behind. Since Zoyo is an IM class driver. Same with the whole team following him. At the moment, I was also having a look at what is happening in 9th place. So, Prius in the 212 MSR getting closer to Handy by a lot, 4 times per lap. But actually, Ek is not really flying away after the overtake on Handy. Seems like the driver on the Honda was having some troubles during the transition phase between the wet surface and the dry surface. And now that the track is back dry, so it means that it will rain again in 30 minutes. Probably he is way more in, I would say, control of his car. And in fact the gap has widened up a bit, but 2.6 seconds since that overtake that happened several laps ago. Track is now optimum, but in around 20 minutes will rain. It will rain again. Zakari in the 52 actually managed to make the team personal best in this very lap, 44.687, but not the... Apologies for the noise, it was my chair. Not the quickest car on track by any means, since Rebecca just lapped the 44.1 and the Kaiser did a 44.4. Same goes for Yapello in 11th place. So actually a good chunk of drivers are very fast. They are very much behind. I really think that the one that really sparkles is the 352, only 11th place, and yet it has one of the best lap times getting set on the Hungarian track. It's 7:30 and it's getting very, very cold. Drive-through for the 19th placed BMW, as now Van Ulm also has a drive-through for exceeding track limits one too many times. Unfortunately, because they are just half a second behind the Ferrari of Sims, and it could have been another place for the best competition racing, but unfortunately everything has to go into the fire and forgot about, since now they have a drive-through which will put them between Not and Leone, which will then go behind once more after the penalties will be applied to their respective teams. "26 seconds is the time in the pits." Zachary made another best lap in the team, 44.6 another time around. Rebecca made another 44.4. This guy is flying, and Keenan can't really compete. 45.5 even the last lap, with the 5 that is still in the middle of the circuit. Now that I look around it, It barely changed the placement. No, it didn't. It's still here. Reason currently is not even a second behind Coles in the 315. Oh, and this one is closest fight. Only for 39th place though. As also the 270 goes into the pits for their mandatory pit stop. It's actually stint timer, so yeah, mandatory for them. The current situation in 8th place is slightly different than earlier. A 4.5 second gap between Handy and Ek has been formed, but Pleus has a 6.2 gap to Handy. Getting closer very quickly. 44.7 was Pleus last lap. Handy's one was 45.5. This time around it is a 45.5 again. So in the current situation, Pleus behind is lapping 7 times a lap quicker. And with a 6 seconds gap, this means roughly in 8 laps, no actually 9. 9 laps there should be the closure of the entirety of the gap. $43 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, that's a good lap, I guess. Completely on par with the usual time, I guess. Also, I'm not muted. I can see from OBS I'm going, so. Unless OBS is doing the funny noises, but I'm clearly seeing myself speaking. As I was saying, Pleus is lapping massively, and Zakari is constantly setting new personal best. Oh, nearly colliding with the McLaren up ahead in its team's database. 44.4 this time around, but the car in front is their teammate. But no, not really that is the thing that I look at. It's more the fact that there are 50 seconds of difference, so a long way to close the gap, which at this point I think it's better to just fly away from the McLaren behind. That was for a moment 10 seconds behind, now is 18. And actually, it's getting pressurized by Ek behind, just 11 seconds behind. And lapping more or less 2 times a lap quicker. This time around, also Handy made a 46.2, losing an entire second on Ek and more on Pleus. Now just 4.3 seconds behind. You can see a pixel of the car in front. Now it's way more than a pixel. As you could clearly see the Honda going through the S's and possibly also getting bricked behind the two cars that they are following. And actually, from this perspective, I'm noticing that the Honda is not behind, it's actually in front of the two cars. It's a mistake of mine, apologies. But the gap is now 3.5 seconds between the Honda and the Porsche. That will be for 8th place overall, but in class it remains the same. It's actually zero difference in terms of class position for the Honda, whether the overtake happens or not. They could actually lose another 7 places and still be in front in their class. Just want to see one thing very quickly. Which is called the prices, because these so for the championship, there are prices for the championship and for the race. For the championship, Pro and IM championship winning teams will receive a Coach Dave Delta month subscription coupon and also a prize money in cash. There's also a race prize, which is for the winning team in Pro and IM class. They will receive a Coach Dave Delta month subscription coupon, including the setups and never lift coaching course, and a discount on the next round that will happen in February at Donington, the 4 hour of Donington, and they will receive a coupon based on the placement in the podium, not even in the winning phase. And that's for both classes, so both Pro and IM class. As this entire championship is sponsored by Coach Dave Academy, be sure to check them out for having the upper hand on the setups. Since I know many people actually hate setups, and I am one of those. And I actually use the CDA myself. They actually, I'll be completely honest, at the beginning they weren't. I was an hater of them, but they clearly had a very good update in the mechanical group, and now I am using them, and I actually like them a lot, and I'm not really joking. I'm honest, completely honest. I used to hate them completely, the first versions, and now they are on the 4th version of setups, and I am actually loving them. They are very much on par with my driving style, and so yeah, I for once say that they are something to at least test, at least one, in one particular car that you like, in one particular racetrack that you like. I think you can put your fate. They are very good setups, and honestly, if you like something different from the setups, which I'm very much that kind of person that constantly change everything, because yes, they are actually not so strict. You can change them. They are very much a very good base where you can build your own house, and yeah, they are very good. And also now there is a a special offer for both iRacing and ACC drivers, so you can have both setups in just one shot. So yeah, check them out. Anyway, here there is just a second of difference between Handy and Plus. As for 8th place, with Honda losing an immense amount of time as the time passes. Now lapping 4 times slower than Ek and Plus. Even if it's possibly more of a good news for Ek, loss of time by Plus rather than Handy. The last lap, just a tenth has been lost by the Porsche on the Mercedes up ahead. I'm already comparing the pro drivers, not really the IM in the middle, since I really don't think they want to fight too much. Their main aim is to get on the number 1 in every single round. Obviously, they will not remain IM class if they are too good compared to the rest of the class, which I really think it is the case in this situation, as there is an entire 3 laps of difference between Handy and Witter, so I expect them to be moved in pro class. Possibly even to keep a sense of challenge in the class, and in fact the Porsche goes through without really any particular difficulty. In 8th place, 10 seconds behind Ek, and actually gaining half a second on the Mercedes up ahead. So there is actually more than enough chance for the German to make it happen, but they have to think through, because now it's going to rain. It's simple as that. It's actually going to rain. It's not like there is much to say. It's going to rain in possibly 5 minutes, and not even just light rain, heavy rain. So enjoy. No, I'm really not sure what they will enjoy, but they will enjoy it. Maybe. Last time around, it was a 44.8 for Plus and a 45.0 for Ek. So as the time passes, now the gap, it's not anymore 14 seconds, it's actually getting into the 9, and you can see from the tower it's actually 8.8. So it's clear that in 4.5 hours we may see something happening. For our 20 minutes to go till the end of time. A bit of a sea of penalties here, with more than one car getting penalized for different reasons. We are seeing here the number 75 that has started to use the wipers. That's because it's actually raining. So I suspect many will actually go straight into the pits, not really caring about the stint timer. They just have to be sure not to hit too many cars in the procedure. Attack is already crazy. I would have gone in, I'll be honest, since I have a lot of faith that you don't want to make 2 different minutes in this situation. And in fact, many drivers went in the pits, including the leader of the race in number 51. Leader in IM class 2. Same goes for the BMW in 2nd place in IM class. I went in the pits. 2nd place Pro and 4th place Pro also went in straight, with the case there that it's actually a different choice, and they will stay out at least for this time around. Although a lap is around 2 minutes when you go into the pits. The attack is already greasy. Causing an entire minute gets lost in the making. Coming out with a wet surface, or rather damp, it will be the perfect situation. And I'll be honest, I thought it was raining more. I think I did a mistake in the strategy for once. I thought it would have rained way more, as the track is still greasy. But the guys this time around went in, still thinking that it's going to rain way more in the upcoming seconds. And possibly the same goes for Giovannini, that actually stays off, so 2 laps off synced for Giovannini in 4th place. That is likely playing a different strategy for strategy's sake. Also Iapello into pits. I can't be sure. So Schaber in the 202 actually stays off, and in a dump track probably they need to go into the pits. In fact, you can see the BMW. I'm not really sure which position they are in. I think it is going in 90. In the 182 squad, it's Bayliss. In fact, it is Bayliss in the 182 BMW. So the Kaiser goes off in 2nd place, and Keenan is still in the pits. I clearly missed something, because this car is not starting back. They've been in the pits for several minutes now, and they are not in the lobby anymore. So 2nd placed driver is not in the lobby anymore. Now they are back, but clearly something went terribly wrong, because now they are in 4th place. There has been a stop and go penalty for the Porsche in the 473 SimTech Racing, and this actually means that there is a clear change in 2nd place, with Ulrich now in 2nd place for McLeod Racing Team, and Saggetti goes on in 3rd place, with Keenan still in the pits, unfortunately, and very likely will get overtaken by Ferrari 2 in the 52 Vesta Sport. So 3 cars in the top 4 for this team here at the effective debut. And what a debut, I would say. Full Italian too. And they are actually making a very good debut. From what I'm seeing from the name, it's not really completely different people from completely different worlds. It's more like it seems a bit of a merge between teams to create a stronger and more effective one. And for now it seems like it's working. Unfortunately, Terence Keenan is still here in 9th place. Don't look at the tower, because it's delayed by more or less 1,000 years. But they are currently in a terrible situation. Lights on. The car is back on action, but unfortunately only 9th place. There is also a stop and go for Bruce that went in the pits for a stop and go penalty. Not great for this car here, with Molina for the three-state racing. I wonder which states. Certainly the United ones, but I'm more asking about the effective states. There is a car in the middle of the way here. It's the number 68. There is also the 43 having some trouble just behind. I wonder if the two incidents are linked. The answer is unfortunately yes. As you can see here, the 68 is... Oh, actually, it's more different than I thought. It was a different situation sparkled with the car 75. So the Lamborghini here. Contact with the Ferrari that went sideways. And then, unfortunately, it was the 68. You can see it sees the Ferrari a bit too late. And unfortunately, gets sent sideways. There's also a drive-through for Hughes in 41st place for exceeding track limits. With now Molina going in 15th place. And there is the 180. Not really in a good place. There is the curb, so all by themselves, but the damage inflicted to the car is heavy. Heavy front-end damage, possibly some suspension damage too. And they are now in 25th place. No, Akmadza in 23rd place, 7 times away from Karner in 22nd place. As there is also the battle for 15th, that after the Porsche lost the place, I think they are trying to get it back. Triangle inside, it's a bit difficult there on the chicane, so they will stay behind. Very good livery though, this one here, I like it a lot. It reminds me of the Walkenhorst M6 from 1,000 years ago. The colors are more or less those ones. It's a very nice livery. Walkenhorst that completely changed the side too in real life, and now they are with Aston Martin, and they want a place in the 24-hour. I find it difficult, but hope for them. Oh, there is a multiple contacts here with the 166 going sideways. Contact with the 43 and kind of missed every other car that was passing through. So this is what happened there. It was possibly a contact between the Porsche and the Ferrari. The Porsche going a bit too heated up on that situation and making a contact with Payne in 45th place. So this car really not having a good time at the moment. For the Dutchman is still in 16th place, 4 times behind Molina. At this point, trying to go away from Bruce and actually getting closer to Bayliss. 44 seconds in front. Another car with yellow flags being shown. It's actually the 473 also going a bit sideways. There's actually also the 531 here in turn 1. But Blues lost the car, unfortunately, on exit, and now they are 1.3 seconds behind in the gap. So now the number 51 is a bit clear in its way to get a win, since unfortunately the car that was fighting them is now in 9th place after a huge problem in the pits. To be fair, mistakes and problems happen also in real life. This was the equivalent of a broken, judging by the minutes in the pits, I think a broken brake disc is the closest thing in real life that could happen, or an electrical issue. There has been several, obviously. Unfortunately, even in these situations, you can try to be as reliable as possible, but some things can and will happen no matter what you do to avoid them. Meanwhile here, Porsche is still trying to get into a better placement. Also a yellow flag being shown. It's actually Thompson in number 4, Aston Martin. It was in the middle of the way there. For now, this driver here really wants back his placement. Now there is the BMW currently defending against the Porsche. From the outside it was a bit difficult, but luckily the BMW managed to get enough in front to avoid everything at all. There's now the Ferrari number 712 that wants to pass, but they are in 18th place. They don't have any right to pass. The number 6 is also showing yellow flag in the middle of the corner, but it's actually the Ferrari that goes through. That's not for position. That's just Zaza effectively unlapping themselves. So there is an entire second and a half between Molina and Blues, with American that is looking at the mirrors and it's seeing a different car. And this car here is actually a good buffer. Attention, Van Horn in the grass. Was that also a trip into the barrier? We'll see from here. It probably wasn't. It actually was. Into the barrier completely. And I think there is some damage on the front end of the car, but luckily it's raining, so not really the end of the world. And the very same 712 is now into the wall from 18th place. Lot of aquaplaning there. completely missed the breaking point and goes without even breaking into the wall. That was a major one for them. Completely missed the breaking point. Didn't collide with the BMW in front. So kudos on them for that. But unfortunately that car doesn't have a wing anymore. And that is now very much in trouble, losing also the position on Austin. Blues received furthermore a drive-through for exceeding track limits. So Molina actually has the position without really any problem. Going directly in the garage. So a good chunk of time will be lost, and with that a good chunk of positions too. As Blues doesn't go into repeats this time. I will have to do it in the next two. But unfortunately for the Dutchman, it will not be great here. In the 2-1-2, MSR Daphne is actually getting very close to the car in front. 7 seconds now the gap between Daphne and Zakdal. The last lap was a good defense, and now it's going to be a bit less too. So there has been a mistake by Zakdal there. Not sure what happened. Ooh, breaking in the curb and going sideways. Managed to not to spin, but still they've lost nearly 2 seconds because of that. With after now 5.5 seconds. I will think that this fight for 6 will happen in the upcoming hours. With 4 hours to go, it doesn't seem like the rain is going to stop anytime soon. The gap is 6.4 seconds, but I suspect that the cars put help on the creation of that gap, and that creation of that gap is also because of Van Horn trying to defend as much time as possible, but Leclerc is clearly getting very, very close, and Molina is actually getting sent sideways into the grass. The reason is because of nearly losing the car and then actually getting sent sideways by the 197. Molina goes back in action, but Rock is just 3 seconds behind. That's for AM class, so not really a position getting lost, but still an overall position will be lost. And also, a drive-through for Molina has been handed for exceeding track limits. So, in any way, nothing can really be avoided now. So we could as well see... actually, we will see Blues getting the position back on Molina. As Van Horn went into the pits to repair the car. Don't think they changed the tires. The damage wasn't 8 seconds, so I'm pretty sure they just... although they may have refilled the car without changing the tires. Was a yellow flag being shown here for Garner, but I'm not really sure what happened. Daphne is actually losing several seconds per lap now. 55.095 for the German driver, while Zach Almeida 53.7. And there is here there is Dalacock very close to Molina, but obviously this really doesn't mean anything since Molina has a drive-through. Same goes for Leclerc, that also has a drive-through for exceeding track limits. So two cars that will have to go into the pits in the upcoming minutes. As also now Zaza is back out of the pits. They will gain a place. No, they will not, since Holloway has a drive-through, but they are 40 seconds in front. Unfortunately, only in 27th place for Zaza. They were in 20th earlier on. And it's quite interesting to see that this car here, driven by the Finnish driver, is getting very close to Ferrari in front. They are lapping a second faster per single lap. At the moment it's getting quite good for them. They are in the top 5, 11 seconds in front of Zakdal. They are not losing from the car in behind, and they are gaining on the car in front. In fact, the gap is down 10.5 seconds from Ferrari in front, and with this pace and the rhythm we could see something in the upcoming 10 laps. But something more important is that the track is, as it has been for the entirety of the race, it is going to be dry in half an hour. So in 30 minutes time it's going to be a dry surface. Now the Santon here is spinning in the background. The reason is to be given to this outing on the AstroTurf, which brought the car to a spin. for the Bosch driver there. Williams also receives a drive-through for exceeding track limits. And I saw another car earlier on, but I can't really see which one. Because I'm sure there was another car. Just can't see which one. No, I didn't mention the reason why Akmadza has a 10-second penalty. The reason is to be given to... You have to update it. Yes, Google, take whichever data you need. Not really changing anything. I completely forgot the number. 75. I can't see anything. Something happened, but it hasn't been written. So I can't tell you the reason why the 75 has a penalty. But it has one. There is. So now Leclerc is 3.3 seconds after the pit, well, the mandatory pit rather, from Daoud, but the only difference is that it's not actually 3 seconds, it's actually 1 minute and 50 seconds, because between Daoud and Leclerc there is an entire lap of difference. Something extremely different though is that now Daphne is just 1.7 seconds in front, behind Zakdal, for a mistake that has been done somewhere. Unfortunately, I was looking at something else. I'll be straight and direct. I was looking at the penalty, so I didn't have a look at the yellow flag that has been shown. As also the 43 has a bit of difficultiness in here. So Zakdal is 17 seconds behind Imonen. It is now into the 10-second gap to Ferrari in front. And Daphne is 2 seconds behind, but for now it didn't seem like the German had the chance to go ahead. As it is also the 934 here for Advisor Racing Team that is closely trying to get into 21st place. I would like to avoid Windows destroying everything that I created so far, which I know it is a huge task to ask for, but there's also a drive-through for Lombardi in the 68. McLaren so places down from here, 29th place, and the Italian will have to go through the pits. This also means that they will probably lose the position on tail next with the 27 Ferrari. And actually my entire photo went into pieces because here Zakdal has huge difficulties trying to pass the Ferrari up ahead. The only issue is that I don't know which Ferrari it is. It definitely is a Ferrari, but I'm also sure that it's not in the top places since it does not have a livery. This from here. I wonder if it's not this one here. So Daphne is obviously very happy about the situation because there is a possible place in sight. It's actually very much in front. And the Mercedes driven by the Swedish driver is having some trouble. Gap now being reduced to just 4 times of difference, and Mercedes has been given the chance to go through. This did not the same will be given to the Porsche behind. Actually, the Ferrari closing the door as soon as possible for a brief moment, as you can see there. Mercedes is now just less than a second in front, but with several drivers ahead, kind of ruining the chances for Zakdal. With the car number 1, 2, 3 letting the Mercedes pass by, but backmarkers give and backmarkers take. And now the Porsche is suffering a bit with a terrible positioning, going a bit sandwich. Contact with the BMW that was in the middle of the way, and unfortunately for them, it actually ruined a bit their placement. As this battle here instead is still going the same way, with Akmadza and Novak, one after the other, except Akmadza already lost the place on Novak by 10 seconds since that penalty is there. This will become simply a formality, sort of. And I will absent myself for a couple of seconds because, well, I have to make dinner and I'm alone in my home, so I'll be off for a couple of seconds, just a couple of moments to put the pot on the stove, as a 10-second penalty has been given to the 166 in 19th place up ahead. That's probably for the contact we saw earlier on, so not really much to investigate. With a Ferrari number 43, I don't even go in the spreadsheet. I'm quite sure this because of that. We'll be back in a couple of seconds. as long as there is also a drive-through for Baileys. Now also in the pits. Where is my mouse? Also in the pits. And Zagdal with a yellow flag being shown. So something happened here. We can see the mistake has happened into turn 3. So he goes on and he goes wide. He goes extremely wide. Maybe a bit too much wide. In fact, a lot too much wide. Close to losing everything that has been made so far. Again, Daphne being able to close the gap a bit, but for now he keeps the distance. The timing is not in favor of Daphne for now. The last lap there has been a 53.0 by the German driver and a 53.3 by Zagdal, but simply in this only lap Zagdal actually gained some time even with the sideways moment. Seems like the German he's struggling a bit, keeping the distance behind. Now Imonen, that is only 6.5 seconds behind Ferrari and lapping very, very good every single lap. I think the only one that was off the chart was the last one, where the Finnish driver actually lost some time, but apart from that, every other lap was a gain on the Italian team. With the track that seems to be maintaining these rainy conditions for at least the next upcoming 15 minutes. In fact, the second I said it, Imonen managed to gain an entire second point 2 on Ferrari, so that clearly was just a moment. Now 6 seconds and bits behind Ferrari. So very, very confident we could see something happening even before the rain stops. With a gap of 5.7 seconds, could go for a moment with the McLaren driver. Also, drive-through has been given to Van Horn in 13th place. Drive-through for exceeding track limits, so after the damage with the wall, Van Horn receives another problem. This time is going to cost 26 seconds to the Astro Racing team. And Langdon into the wall. I wondered if the reason was a car behind. No, it was actually just made on themselves with a trip into the wall. And there has also been Daphne showing yellow flags. I think there was a contact with a Ferrari driver. I don't see anything in particular. That clearly wasn't something good happening. Oops, unfortunately it's a little too late here. Just the final moment. But I was also being in contact with another car there. Multiple times, too. So now Daphne is 10 seconds behind Zakdal. And also Aleman received a drive-through for exceeding track limits, so not a great lap for MSR. That finds two different cars in two different problems. We definitely lost 11 seconds, and Aleman that will lose 26 at the end of the lap. As Imonen is closely getting closer to the car in front. Went for a bit of a ride with the McLaren driver. It's now 3.7 seconds, so absolutely cutting in half the gap. Also, not to mention that now the cars are getting slightly faster. 52.2 was the last lap for Imonen, and 53.7 was it. It was for Ferrari. And 51.9 for Zakdal. Which unfortunately, after that 10 seconds being lost, the gap is actually not that bad. You can see in front, maybe not as of yet, but I think that was the 52 car. As Aleman goes into the pits for the drive-through, and in 10 minutes it will be effectively dry, but dry. It will not rain anymore, and just in time for the stints to end for the majority of the teams. Just in time for the stint to end, as basically everyone is on 40 minutes time, and in 10 it will be just 50. Stint time, I remember, is 65 minutes. With a gap of 2.7 seconds now, Ferrari will probably get in a bit of a different situation. And Deugd and Lucas Deugd, Deugd is with yellow flags being shown. Something happened there, but I think it's just a moment. It was just a moment of going wide. As I was saying, Ferrari will probably be alerted that in 2.7 seconds there is something that is getting very, very close, very, very quickly. as Immonen is basically gaining an entire second per lap. And I think this back marker here really put things even more difficult for the Italian to keep it together, as the Finnish driver is on a mission to get that place. It will be the number 4. Maybe because this will at least bring some differentiation in the front of the field. For now, the top 4 is administrated by just a single team. By 3 cars of a single team. The only thing that breaks the continuity is the 141 Aston Martin in second place, and shortly it could also be the 230 McLaren here in 5th place, putting a bit of a stop in the middle of this team. For now is putting a phenomenal performance in the Best Sport Ferrari. And now there is an entire train of people that is effectively getting a bit in the middle there. I will stay here because I think my dinner is possibly ready, so I have to absent myself for a brief period of time, 2 minutes at best. Okay, apart from nearly putting my kitchen on fire, because I was making my dinner. Yep. So since I have unfortunately to eat, I will try to be as fast as possible, but I will obviously not talk in the meantime since I will be eating. I will avoid to speak for the upcoming minutes, but I will still be behind the cameras for anything that could happen as of the yellow flag that just appeared. It was from the 999 for a brief moment, but we'll stay here for now. And if anything, I will see everything. Okay. I'm back. As you could clearly see, there was a bit of a fight between Garner and Keenan. As this time around, Garner clearly doesn't want to leave the place on the Mercedes driver behind. We also saw Zagdal going for a bit of a spin in the middle part of the circuit, which led to a loss of about 10 seconds, because now Daphne is 6 seconds behind and Ferrari is 22 in front. And this battle here hasn't left anything, and as soon as I said it, Garner loses the place on the Mercedes driver because of the Porsche that they had in front. That was the car number 166 that closed the door a bit late and led the Honda driver to lose the place on Keenan, that now is in 8th place. So Garner utilizes that chance to go a bit more than early in the pits, but unfortunately the Honda driver doesn't really have a chance because the track is still wet. As it's nighttime, so nighttime it means that it will take a lot longer to clean up, and the stint timer is over, so they have to make a choice, either to go dry, knowing this track will become dry one moment or another, but obviously that's a huge risk, or going for the wet and wait a better moment to go for the dry. Now personally, I will prefer way more this tactic. It's a bit more safe, but knowing how long it takes for the wet tires, for a wet track on nighttime to become dry, I really prefer a lot more to just go with wet tires. Same question will be given to the teams in 2nd and 4th place, as their stint timer is over and they have to think about it, because this is the difference between completely throwing away everything and having a chance for something even higher. Ferrari also goes in the pits, of which I tried to show the overtake before my entire food was nearly going on fire. But that's another story for another moment. Zachary is now in 6th place with Afnan in 7th place. Possibly Keenan will follow. And in fact, he does follow. Pit limiter on. And now the question obviously comes to who is on wet tires and who is in dry tires. I'm fairly optimistic that the majority of the drivers will go with the wet tires, mostly because, well, you can clearly see the track is still wet. So it's not really like there is any choice. But obviously many could also go for a bit of a bet. If you really want to gain some places, you could try, that's for sure, but I'm not really sure how much worthy it could be. Short answer is not much. I mean, it would be fairly easy to understand who went on dry and who went on wet tires in the upcoming minutes, precisely by just looking at the times. So now the leader is still out. No, okay, he pitted, I just didn't see it. I don't know how I missed it. Probably because I'm dumb. So the leader, and okay, maybe it's better if I take who didn't as of now. The answer is not so many people. The car in 12th and 13th place, as the same as 14th. 16th I'm seeing something that doesn't make any sense. 18th place. I'm seeing 20th place now in the pits, but more or less, just a handful of cars still haven't taken the route toward the pits. I'm seeing Rebecca going a bit faster, so I'm quite confident he didn't choose the dry tires. It's not raining anymore, before you ask. It actually stopped by more or less 10 minutes. But Handy lost several places. Oh no, okay. Race control did a thing, and it was showing like 13th. I was quite quite questioning. The reason is just that, don't know, it didn't update. There's a yellow flag currently on track. It's actually the 270, having some troubles in the middle of the way. A couple of drive-thrus are popping out. I thought this is just the final part of his spin. With Claudio Zazza, the moment behind the number 300, the Porsche, and La Roque. Okay, I can't manage to say a surname in French without destroying it. Going into the pits. And the number 33 also went out of the pits. Stoll still has a 10-second penalty, so I suppose it's still the 180. Apologies, still hasn't. Okay, it's another penalty. Then, okay, something is very weird there. A couple of things are very weird, because I'm seeing people that didn't make a pit in the last hour, which is a bit impossible. But currently the Ferrari here is challenging the Porsche 300 just here, trying to go away from the trouble. The issue is that the trouble is just behind. As you can see, here is the Ferrari 712 that is now going through the inside and takes the place number 23 without any real problem. And I think oh, it's a drive-through. Never mind. Drive-through for exceeding track limits. So Henry Handy for Eminent Racing will be obliged to go into the pits with his livery that clearly resembles the 787 Mazda. 77B, to be precise. And they will come back in 9th place, but unfortunately several seconds behind Nopek. 35 to be exact. 21 in front of Schaber, but practically in no man's land. McLaren driver here gained the place on that. Okay, I'm not understanding. Okay, that's why I'm not understanding. And it may actually be a very odd idea. But Alex Actal, you can see they are in 4th place, but they didn't make a pit. They actually went for actually a self-inflicted drive-through. So they chose not to refuel nor to change the tires, and they just went through the pits without pitting, thus effectively going for a free pit stop. But the fuel in the car is that much. I don't know how much they can resist at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't remember the exact moment of when they pitted. But it's clear they will be hugely off sync, as Let's go and see. The driver 511 having some clear troubles into turn 1, and Marcelino and Timesh are currently ongoing in the fight for 17th place between the two BMW. So 3 State Racing and the 33 of West Competition Racing currently fighting for 17th place. Some two very colored cars trying their best to get the best position possible. But the moment Marcelino is clearly not having the upper hand. In fact, he doesn't even defend the line completely. He stays on the outside, and Timesh makes it, and without any particular trouble, he goes in 17th place, getting a place more, and now 43 seconds in front is the next objective. It's going to be a very lengthy road for them, as Jay Brooker goes into the pits, and I suppose they were on dry tires, and they clearly didn't work. Since their pit stops, their pit stop happened just a handful of minutes ago. That was the number 5 car going for a bit of a journey. The dry tires are not the way to go. It was quite obvious, but probably some thought the track could have dried out a bit more quickly. The answer is actually no, absolutely no. And in 30-minute time it will rain again. So 9 o'clock time, 3 hours, I can't speak anymore. 3 hours till the end of the race. So we'll go until midnight. At this point, Rebecca in front has an entire minute of time up ahead. They did a full service, obviously. Very different compared to Ulrich plan, which was just refuel and call it a day. And even more different than Jack Dahl's one, which wasn't even refuel, it was just a pass-through. Obviously January being a month in which many racing divisions and categories start again. Here in FRL there is the rookies and the masters starting again on Thursday, and in real life there are all different competitions. There is a VRC starting in Monte Carlo. Can't remember the exact day, but if I remember correctly it was the weekend prior to the Daytona 24, the Great American Race. That will take place on the 28th, 27th and 28th of January, which will see also the debut of the new Lamborghini LMDH. Whilst for the GT World Challenge we have to wait several months, but only 10 days after Daytona to have in February the first cars for the next season being shown to the public. And we will have the winter testing and etc. And everything goes on, and goes on. And somewhere around that date, there is also the effective. Marcelino off in the tarmac. Wonder if it was because of the Ferrari here. It was indeed because of the Ferrari there. It's not showing the number, but that clearly didn't help. So as I was saying, the DLC, the last one theoretically, the last DLC for the game that will bring the GT2 cars and the North Life, and after that it will be Jover. There won't be any other major update. I think that one is the last one, so better to bring it up with a bang. Ultimately, I really think that this one is the last year for this. For how much optimistic I want to be, because, well, I really prefer this one from all the others. Realistically, I really think that this one is the last one for the game. As there ain't much else to do. Everything has been tweaked left and right, and from what I know, the engine just can't anymore. This should be, if not the optimum, very close to it. Unfortunately, this is the engine's maximum capacity. There ain't much more that can be done. Can't speak anymore. There ain't much more that can be done because of engine limitations and things like that. But when the day will come, we will talk about it. For now, it's just a very far away day. Well, far away, it's not really that far away. It's 12 months. Theoretically, the next chapter is already in preparation with Assetto Corsa 2, which should be improved Assetto Corsa. We saw in the last period of time how theoretically this is just a better version of it went. The last sequels of different sandboxes and sims didn't really go as planned. Paradox, eh? I'm looking at you. And your teeth. But yeah, I really hope that something happens, even because, to be fair, I really think that having a sort of Gran Turismo but for PC will really be nice again. Although Assetto Corsa is not really that, I really think it's actually the opposite, more or less. It's actually the opposite way around. First Assetto Corsa with the content manager and every mod in the universe actually still has a lot of things to offer. Unfortunately, I personally did what I wanted to do with that game, so it kind of stopped there. I use it way more just for open road map, for anything else. But regardless, everything will be seen. And if things go wrong, we will all switch to iRacing and and go for a subscription plan. And I don't want to start the parentheses about game as a service, because I will just be going on for a rant for the next 3 hours, to be fair. Which I don't know how many people will be interested in hearing, but Sayed is into the wall! Oh, this is massive! The team in first place! They are into the wall! I wonder if it was for a mistake on their own. Oh, unfortunately it was just a very unlucky moment where the BMW in front went sideways, and unfortunately this car here has a lot of damage to deal with now. They have a minute of gap to Dagdal, but unfortunately they have another minute ahead now. It was 50 seconds earlier on, so not really the end of the world, but still. The good thing is that they are basically in no man's land. The bad thing is that they will remain because of this. Very likely. As there is also a bit of a train coming along here in 6th place, with Plus and OPEC following behind. In 6 seconds there are 3 different drivers that will soon battle for place number 6, even if in front of Ferrari there are teammates in the 11. Although they are a lap in front, they clearly have some damage to deal with and it will not be great for the 52 to have them in front. The track is now damp, but in 30 minutes it will rain again. So maybe some drivers may opt to go into the pits, but that will be a double pit. As a matter of fact, Plus is already looking behind. Very interested to see what's like to be in 6th place. And now even Nopek is into the dance. As you can clearly see how much flows is close to the car in front, and also is a lot. Obviously they will probably ask the teammate to let them pass by. Maybe trying the inside there, that becomes the outside. The choice goes to the other side of the track. With number 11 that unironically became a bit of an issue for the 52 that is now trying to defend as much as possible, but the gap is already filled by the Porsche number 212 that gets the place done on the inside. There is also the Mercedes of Nopek trying to take advantage of the situation, going on inside now for a brief moment. and nothing still happens there. For now, Nopek stays behind. You can see how much gap Ferrari lost on Preus. It's an entire second getting lost in the situation. And now there will likely be another position getting lost by Ferrari. And it's a very odd scenario because this team here was in 4th place earlier on. They lost a massive amount of time. Both because of a pace difference and also another place there. 78 is on the outside, trying whatever is possible to not lose too much gap from ahead, as the German driver is 2 seconds in front already in a single lap. As Ageti goes into the pits, tries a different strategy, possibly going for dry tires and damage repair at this point. It's a gamble, but it may work. For now, the Ferrari stays in front. There's also Bayliss looking the other way around in 14th place. Okay, Nopek trying something different this time. Although the 78 is still trying to think about something. Honestly, the best answer has been given already, and it was the inside into turn 1. Mercedes is as close as possible. Ferrari goes on the inside to defend. Clearly the flashing the lights is the Mercedes behind to let them know they have to pass. They go on the inside. They go again on the inside. They launch the car very late into the brakes. Both drivers very late into the brakes. But the Ferrari was way too late. Nearly loses everything completely. Stays on the inside. Keeps the car there, however is possible. And keeps it in 7th place for now. With the Mercedes alongside. That will have a huge advantage here in the straight. Since the Ferrari is not that great in the straight line. And as a matter of fact, it is the position getting lost on Ferrari's side. Meanwhile, there is a yellow flag from the leader that actually disconnected from the race altogether. So the leader is not in the race anymore. Major breakthrough there. And in fact, disconnected from the lobby. And now Ulrich is your new race leader. From a moment where there were 3 cars in the top 4 to a moment where there isn't a single one in the top 3. This is massive for Vesta Sport. Ulrich for McLeod Racing Team goes into into P1 with Zachtel following just behind, and the McLaren, the clean racing Finland, now is in 3rd place. From a moment where there were 3 cars in the top 4 to a moment when there isn't a single one in the top 3 for Vesta Sport. Okay, they serve it. I really love this game. I don't know why it has to blow your ears every damn time. Ah, this has been terrible. Why is this a feature? Who at Kuno's thought, you know what will be funny? Just kaboom in your ear 6D. It's not funny, okay? It's not. It has been 5 years. Why haven't they resolved this yet? Huh? Anyway. Oh, even the leader, which was the former leader, is with yellow flags being shown. I'm not understanding anymore. Okay, it has glitched enormously. Because now it's... Wait. Where are them? I can't understand. Okay, they're going back and forth from the pit to the racetrack. I am a bit confused. Okay, they are somewhere. For now they are on track. But in 10 seconds we may see them in the pits. Rebecca is back in the lobby. But loses second place too. And... the 51 actually went in the pits, so at least there is a car in the top 3 for now. Whichever of the two it is, there will be one. So not that terrible. But Giovannini takes 3rd place, so the leader is outside the podium altogether. Nopek and Pleus also overtook the former leader, and same goes for Garbi. And same goes for Ferrari behind. So the 51 falling from the entire apartment. With 2 hours and a half to go, they have to restart from the back of the entire group of cars. And to ruin everything, they are possibly on the wrong settings. Because if they are on dry tires, they will have to make another pit. If they are on wet tires, they will have a very difficult situation to deal with. Anyway, I hope that... okay. I hope that the literal explosion in your ears wasn't as strong as mine. Because if so, I fear for your ears. Adamo is now in the car. 10 minutes and 51 seconds in the lap time. With a new leader. It's very unfortunate because this team was, as I said earlier, absolutely destroying everything. And then the entire building went on fire. One hour to the other. I did say never say never earlier on. I did say never say never. But this is also life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And many times when you lose, it's not your fault. As the 166 is still in heavy difficulties. This time around it was a bit too much throttle in a place where you don't want to put too much throttle. It actually went better than expected. As there is, just to ruin everything, a drive-through has been handed to the car number 52. So Ferrari also has a drive-through for exceeding track limits. So at this point the number 11 is the only car that somehow is surviving. Even if with how it's going for them, I think the number 11 will be given an atomic bomb on their head for no reason, just for funny. Because they have been pretty unlucky in the last 60 minutes. This is Jakob Scheber utilizing every single centimeter of the track available. Because yes, that thing was actually not an off track. As a drive-through has been handed also to the car number 75, and then Ferrari goes on the inside to try the overtake. Oh, there is a contact, and the 202 goes slightly sideways, but doesn't lose the car altogether. Flashing the light, obviously, because of some expected angrily driver. And Schaber is now back 1.5 seconds behind Handy. Also, that overtakes Ferrari. At the very least, they gained back a place. On the flip side, on the other hand, the team that lost the place are their teammate. So I don't know how much of a good news it is. Instead of going everything bad, 95% of the things are going bad now. So now Schaber will have to make it back. With the Honda that is clearly having some struggles in keeping the car in place. The track is damp, but there's train coming, so whoever wants to go for dry tires is expected not to do so, because it doesn't make any sense. Oh, you can see track is, to be fair, is everything but wet. You know, the Honda driver will not make it as easy. Tries to cut into the inside. There is an entire billboard in my eyesight. It's actually going to be Schaber that stays on the outside. On the inside, the 787 is still there and remains there. Actually covers very well the outside at the very last moment. And Handy, I think he and his team had enough of giving places to clearly faster cars. They now want to at least keep some. They were trying with one of the fastest cars on track, so not really the best moments to choose a defense. And they are now trying with one of the fastest teams in the fields. So again, not the really best target, but they are succeeding in making it since they are defending again. Oh no, there is a contact, a bit of a push into the Assetto, but the Honda stays there in 9th place. Schaber will be extremely angry, but I think this time around the Honda understood that maybe that was a bit too much and left the place number 9. Schaber is now in 9th place with Handy behind. I will probably try as much as possible to get back in motion. I think the position is done for good. And now Nopek is the next person to be seen, since Plus in front, apologies, is looking behind, and there is an Aston Martin in the middle, but Aston Martin isn't really a problem, because he's actually the leader. So it will be a problem for players because they have to let them pass. Essentially, in the race, there were 3 cars that were clearly ahead of everyone else. One car is now in 7th place because of a disconnection. The other car is in 4th place, in 5th place because of a disconnection. And if you're asking why is Nopek in 5th and Adamu in 7th if the Ferrari was clearly on top prior to the disconnections, that's because the 51 actually went for a way more safer tactic, which ultimately means another practically a pit stop more, which was a great idea in hindsight, but with the disconnection clearly it doesn't make any sense anymore, and it's actually a terrible idea. Now we are close to actually seeing the Kaiser letting the Mercedes behind pass by. Notice there is also Bilotti against Leclerc. That's for 12th place. Oh no, okay, it's not. Because there is an entire lap of difference between the two. So this is actually the closest thing we have to an encounter. No, there is actually the battle for 24th place among Sleutel, Hunadi and Osorio, with Osorio trying in the Aston Martin to go to the inside and then becomes the outside. No contact between the two drivers as the rain is getting loose again. The track will become more wet as the time passes. You can see from the mirror in the upper part of your screen that Aston is getting very close behind. Too much on the curve there. Now the Porsche number 300 is getting approached very, very quickly from behind. A bit too much quickly. Nearly colliding with the car number 300 was the 531 being driven by Stanislav Hunadi. As you can see, the Porsche goes on and overtakes for 24th place on the inside. But maybe, just maybe, even the Aston behind wants to make something there. Stop and go penalty for the car number 6 in 34th place. That's for going too quickly in the pit lane. We can see a glimpse of what they are seeing. The 212 there is in 4th place, and it's a bit of a issue that they are there, because the 78 that you can see in front of your screen, they are battling with the Porsche. So it's actually 2 different battles happening at the same moment there. You can see the Porsche ahead is kind of utilizing the drivers in a way to try to have a buffer in between other than anything else. Oh, there is a contact there. It's actually the Porsche going sideways. It was no, not the Porsche. It's actually the Aston Martin going sideways. It's a bit of a mess what happened there. So it wasn't like number 68 and went sideways. You can see there in the distance. But unironically, it was their teammates' car that sent them spinning in the background. Now the car number 300 that has a bit more space. While this is what happened just centimeters ahead. It was actually the McLaren going basically straight on into the Porsche. With now players in OPEC being one after the other. We'll go for... No, okay, later. Because I want to do a lap just hearing the noise. I will do it when we start the lap back again. Now the situation is that there is a second between Nopec and Prius. The last lap on Prius side being 3 times slower than Nopec's one. They are not the quickest cars on track, obviously, but that's ultimately to be given the fault to the fact that they were in a sandwich. The 141 being driven by the Kaiser is clearly in another world on his own. Clearly because of the reason around it. You don't have to push. Have 1 minute and 20 seconds of gap to Sarenpa. No, Sarenpa. I think I said it correctly, I think. Sarenpa is an entire 80 seconds behind, so it's not really the distance, but we will go with this immense noise for the entirety of the lap. As we went on for a lap to avoid having the ability to hear ever again for how loud the boxer is. The momentary gap is just a handful of times there. 7 times at the moment for Nopek. With Garvey now showing yellow flags for a moment, not too sure there. But Bailey's actually lost a place on La Rock. It's because they were into the pits and it didn't show. Okay, good to know. And Vaughan is showing yellow flags. They are back in route, so I just guess it was for a moment there. With the 33 that is now showing there in 17th place, then the Blues in 16th place in the 473 there for SimTech Racing that earlier on actually encountered the wall. 33 that is now into the wall too. So I guess it's better I never show a car ever again. 33, that very odd situation there. Collided with the wall. And obviously the second I showed the replay, something clearly happened there. But whatever happened, I really doubt it was anything sort of legal, as we are seeing the position getting swapped again. I suspect someone went very wide into turn 1. Then because the gap was a couple of times and then it basically went to 0 in no time, so I really think that Mercedes forgot the braking point and nearly made contact with the Porsche. Nearly, I say nearly 100% because I'm not seeing any contact in the race control. So theoretically it shouldn't have happened, but it may. Probably 352 is also... No, okay, just for a moment. As the 51 is now facing the wrong way around, so their race is actually going very, very badly. McLaren of the other Italian team collided with them. This lineup will clearly take a trip to some very religious places to ask for reasons. Because that isn't fair, what happened. And the fact that things are keeping the same trajectory, which is into the ground, isn't really the best of things, even considering how the placement was earlier on. Lopek is again a handful of times behind. Again, another car that may very well help Nopek is the BMW there, because it could easily become sort of a wall for Plus to pass by. At the moment, Nopek could very well utilize these to their advantage. There are two different MSR cars that are currently fighting for placements. The difference is that the leading of the two is trying to defend, whilst the latter is trying to attack. It will be the number 52, the one in contention, lapping 2 seconds slower per lap. In fact, you can clearly see here that the 202 is on a way different situation. That's for 8th place. That will be 8th place altogether. That was a bit of flag. And now going into the inside, and Shaber makes the move for a brief moment. Actually, the 52 that goes absolutely off the track. You could see from the helicam how it happened. Taking a very different route. A little tap on the right bank of the Ferrari 296. Number 52 in position number 8 for the 202 Ferrari, which now takes the next objective up ahead, which is the car number 51. Former leader of the race and still keeper of the fastest time, which, to be fair, it doesn't really bring you anything. Well, there is the second of difference between the two cars, and it has remained the same for several minutes. F52 is also show yellow flags there. They would. I suspect it was a contact with another car. It actually wasn't. It unfortunately was just breaking into the curb. Ferrari, in comparison to every other car around, is losing massively. Don't really look into the 55, considering that there was a car in the middle of the way, but they have been losing 2 seconds per lap in, well, in the last laps, several. And they are keeping this trend, which is not great. The 51 is trying the best possible to at least get back to somewhere. For now the gap is 18 seconds to Garby, 1 second ahead, and Opec still has that 1.4 seconds gap. There is still a battle for 24th there, with Luttel and Hunadi, which are basically on the same page as earlier on. There is also a stop and go penalty for Spallino in the 68 in 35th place. Trying the inside into turn 2, which is actually free, but and in fact the 300 goes on into the inside and takes the place on Hunadi. Is Luttel for Gazelle Motorsport, now in 24th place. A very clean but decisive overtake. Now next objective. Oh, the 1, 2, 3 is showing yellow flags here with the young. That will be possibly the next one to overtake. The 1, 2, 3 with Sam Vaughan having some troubles maintaining the car in one piece, and Garner is also going sideways on the very same specific point. Going a bit too wide, utilizing the dry line, and the curb is way more slidey. That was... That could have been way worse, but luckily nothing as such happened. Young at the moment is very much in a situation where he could take advantage of Vaughan's mistakes. As Blues also goes into the pits, the first car of the off-synced to go into the pits. There are several, including the second place McLaren, that are in this off-sync kind of situation. In fact, I think the McLaren here will be the next one in line to go into the pits. It's quite interesting because now we are getting to the point where the off-syncs may as well decide some very interesting things. In 30 minutes it will be dry again. Dry. It will not rain. Nopek is back to 9/10 of difference, and the Young is still here, gapped by half a second. In fact, we got some other people going into the pits. They are Ferrari and the Good. No, the Dude. I will never say it correctly. Sarenpa. Okay. Sarenpa is also, in fact, the next in line. With a 534 that unfortunately has to share the pit box. Same goes for the Young that goes into the pits in 19th place. And Peanuts here in the 75 Lamborghini is a couple of times behind Brooker. The 166, so this fight here has been going on for several hours. But there is actually an entire lap of difference between Brooker and Peanuts this time around. And Witter and La Roque are there for 14th place. These two cars, it ain't the first time we have seen them less than a second gapped. This time around is a bit different though, because Witter earlier on was fighting heavily with 93, but now it seems like maybe there is more of a chance at the very least looking at the times, because it's a 51.5 for Witter and a 53.0 for Larocque. From the rear wing there, Witter clearly has some struggles to get through, but drive through for Brooker and also yellow flags being shown, so everything in the middle being terrible for the 166 that went off here, got the drive through and also collected the barrier. So worse and worse as Witter gains the place, but because of Larocque going into the right lane with 2 hours to go. At this point, every single pit stop made here will be the second to last. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone made a very different tactic than the usual. Witter could actually be on a very interesting situation, because they are 20 minutes into their stint. Let's say they pit in 40 minutes, it's 1 hour and 20. They make their stint, and the final 15 minutes they can just go for a drive-through and complete the race with the fuel they have. So they actually may have an ace in their sleeve. Thinking about tactics, everyone about there in the minutes. So unfortunately, well, unfortunately for them, not certainly not. Actually, they are the only team that has this kind of situation in their hands. So they are a bit too long in the pit stops. They are 20 minutes in their stint, so they have to wait 1 hour. They have to wait 40 minutes. At this point, it's going to be an idea, very likely, to just stay out as much as possible. It's not going to dry out in the next 15 minutes, so. Those clicks that you hear are my heater. That's because my heating is not working, so very funny. Not for me, obviously. So that's why also you hear some clicks and some me getting muted. I'm actually trying to understand what's not working every time. Unfortunately, the answer for now is I don't know. So yeah. 2024 starts well. Anyway. From the leader up there. They still have to pit, but same goes for everyone else in the 3 places behind. Giovannini, Garbi and Adamu basically, well, except Adamu that kind of was obliged to pit. They all have to pit at the same moment. So in 20 minutes time. The Kaiser has an entire minute and 40 seconds of advantage. So this team here nearly lapping the entirety of the field. Multiple times even. is now also Zompel 3.5 seconds ahead of the behind the 78. And a penalty has appeared there. Let me have a look. 202. I think I have to update. It is a 5-second penalty for an understeer by the 202, forcing the 52 out of track. And it's actually quite recent. It is this one here. With the 52. It is indeed the contact that we saw earlier on. Deemed responsible is the car 202, which actually doesn't bring anything back to the 52, since the 5 seconds penalty is just half of the gap there is between the two cars, with the two Ferraris in 8th and 9th. And actually is even more than the gap there is between Gardner and Cusimano, as this Honda here is trying to get back at least one place. Even if I want to see... Okay, yeah. So this actually goes on for a very little time, since they still have to make the pit stops. The pit stop. It's not plural. There is also Kartunen back in the car to 30 and very close to Adam, but as I said earlier, the 3 drivers from 2nd to 4th still have to make the pit in 20 minutes, so they are heavily off sync. The situation at the moment is that that car is flashing lights massively. There is, oh, the 212 is, no, 712, apologies, is off track here. Oh, you can see here having some troubles, losing the place on Lune in the number 87. And now he's in 22nd place. 7 laps behind the leader. I don't think I will try to pronounce this name. Apologies. I will not, for my own sake. And 712 is again in the grass, facing the wall. And this time around there was a contact with the barrier. So this could be also another placement getting lost. Even if the number 300 actually stays behind for now. Stopping a penalty for the lunge in all of these. In 28th place. As the Ferrari loses the place on the Porsche there. And the 300 goes on in 23rd place. It seems having clear difficulties in the middle of the track. There is also Brooker. And Pinets. But this time around the difference is that this one is for position. These two teams have been battling for the majority of the race, to be fair. Number 4 is now also showing a yellow flag. They are sitting in the middle of the track. Okay, this one is odd. So they went for a half spin, okay, no? And they came to a halt. And now we are in the void. Okay, this was a very odd situation there. By the number 4, driven by Ian Thompson. In this situation, the Lamborghini there is gaining some time and losing some time at the same time. Doesn't seem like there is a constant gain or lose in terms of timing. Last lap was actually a gain by 2 times, but the gap is now 1.6 seconds. Earlier on it was less than a second at the beginning of the lap. How much is also to be given for different reasons. Even the back markers are one of the reasons. And the 473 is in the middle of the tarmac. I wonder if it was a mistake on their own. It was indeed a mistake on their own. It's the same mistake on their own that many other drivers made, braking in the curb and unfortunately getting sent into tarmac. So as I was saying, Pinazziar is in fact in this time around he lost 1.2 seconds from Brooker, upping 51.4 compared to a 50.2. The racing timer is getting to the limit for the top 4 that will jump into the pits as soon as possible, which will leave them with a single pit stop to make, and very likely it will just be wet tires for the remaining of the evening. Now the gap is getting wider between Peanuts and Brooker. 3 seconds is now the gap between the two. Because here Packham and Slater are getting a bit closer. The two Ferrari drivers clearly thinking about, well, one of the two is clearly thinking about wanting to swap positions. The other, I'm not really sure how keen he is. And 270 is also here in the middle of the external part of the track. I suppose it was indeed for what I thought, trying to break in the curb, and the car was sent into the distance. Taylor and Van Eyck here for 37th place are also battling for the placement, but this time around is way closer than the others. As David Van Eyck thinks about going for the inside, there is a 197 that goes a bit too wide and misses completely the apex, leaving much gap to the Ferrari 72 with the Air Sports driver that managed to take the place number 37 and getting a place on Taylor for the IM class. As you also hear the battle between Packham and Slater. That's for 41st place. There's an entire second of gap at the moment, but it could be way much less in the upcoming minutes. This time around it may well be the chance. In fact, Slater takes it into Packham. He goes on inside, a bit of a last moment, and takes the place number 31. And already has a gap of 1.3 seconds on his opponent. There's also here a battle for 16th place between Feltham and Van Oom. SimTech against 33 of West Competition Racing. It takes the place number 16 without any particular trouble. And the next one in sight is position number 15. 24 seconds ahead. With the West Competition Racing 33, that let them pass by. I think I missed something there. From the noise, it seemed like actually a misshift. I really think it actually didn't upshift. And now the Porsche is back in 16th with Feltham in the inside, and this time around I think they will try to take advantage of the situation, but the West Competition Racing car is still on the inside, on the curb, but on the edge of the Razor. Breaks later and takes the place again on Van Oom, on Feltham, and Van Oom is now in 16th place for the West Competition Racing car, with the SimTech Racing in 17th. with 25 seconds of gap. No, wait. Yeah, it's 25 seconds of gap to Gordon in the Aston Martin number 93. Which I think with the current situation, he actually isn't that far away. Like, the USR is basically gaining a second per lap to this point, to everyone, but the top 5. And even then, there are objectively some exceptions. And number 11 is now into the pits, and also out of the pits. It was just a change of nothing. Added fuel. They didn't change the tires. Possibly they are thinking about something different. Because of this they gained 11 seconds. Which it may not be much, but we'll see. Maybe at the end of the race, actually those 11 seconds will be worth it a lot. The 51 went into the pits, but it's not showing me for how much time. Because it was actually a drive-through. Yes. It was indeed a drive-through. So the 51, this time around I don't think it was a made on purpose drive-through. I think it was an effective drive-through, just that it lasted for so little that I didn't even see it. But this puts 78, 2 seconds behind. To be fair, I don't think we'll see any particular challenge between the two. The number 11 is actually showing yellow flags. Something happened there in turn 1. This seems completely... Oh, there is actually a car that comes to a halt and collides with Giovanni. I have no clue what that was. What's certain is that the number 11 is now with some damage to the front of the car that will have to be repaired. It's also the 270 in the middle of somewhere. And I think with 1 hour and 40 minutes to go, I think it's time to go around the entire field. As we have Williams in 999 for FRL Racing Team. In 45th place, it's SimTech Racing with Jacob Van Eck driving it. And we have Capitano Jordan in the 474 SimTech Racing. Number 5 is the LTR number 2 with Etland Mouton driving it at the moment. Christian Vines for Run DJC Racing is in 42nd place in the 315 BMW. Then we have in 41st place Simon Risdon. Anderson is driving in the 778 Ferrari number 778 in 40th place for Tunsim Racing. Doyle is driving in the number 511 for... I think that's the team name. Huh? Frel End of Nets in 39th place. In the 197 Ferrari in 40th place is Tyler Motorsport with Mickey Taylor driving it. Dave Van Eck is currently in the Era Esport number 72 in 47th place. Then in the FRL Racing team is the number 6 BMW, with Simon Turner driving it at the moment. Fabio Giuffrida is driving in 35th place in the number 68 McLaren for FMP Italia. Santon is not facing the correct direction in the Porsche number 971 in 45th place for... No, I will not. Also Bamir Racing is in 33rd place in the 534 McLaren with Stuart Packham for the Assetto Racing team in the number 81 in 42nd place. Then we got David Slater in the QRT Esport number 43 Ferrari 296. The Mercedes number 54 in 30th place for TTSR team is driven by Andy Weston at the moment. Number 934 in 29th place for the Advisor Racing team is Ian Barth, with Liam de Kock in the Era Esport number 27 in 28th place. In 27th place is the BMW number 180 for Notalian crew, with Oliver Nerbe driving the car. Ian Thompson for the FRL Aston Martin number 4 is in 26th place, with Claudio Zazza for Zazza Racing team in the 712 Ferrari in 25th place. And we got Aaron Holloway in 24th place in the 531 Porsche, with number 87 QRT Sport with Lewis Lune in 24th place. And Sluttel is the number 300 for Gazelle Motorsport in 22nd place, with Benjamin Pinets driving the MJR Esport 75 in 21st place. Then we go into the top 20. Turn 1 Sim Racing is with Jay Brooker in 20th place, number 166. Jesse Molina for 3 State Racing is in 19th place in the 123 BMW, with Tuberke Bademsi in the FRL Racing team, number 737 McLaren. Feltham is in 17th, Simtech Racing with 473. And number 33 is the West Competition Racing with Danny Van Hoom currently driving the car. Just outside top 3 in IM class, Chase Gordon is currently with TSC Racing in 15th place. Harry Witter is for TSR1 in 14th place in the 182 BMW. And Carl Van Horn is in the Assetto Racing team, number 18. David Macoretta is in the other TSC Racing, this time is a pro class. With Nick Brujinix, I can't, Brujinix for QRT Esport in the 352, and Garvey is going to be yellow flags. And also lost the place on Stakeki. This was in turn 1. And okay, here is a bit different, as Cartoonen still has to pit. They're currently 5 tenths away from Giovannini. Even if, now that I think about it, it's actually just in time. Perhaps. It will be interesting though, this one here. Top 10 will come afterwards. As Giovanni now has to defend from Cartoonen. That didn't happen. I said earlier on that I have to think about the stints, because Cartoonen is on a 31 stint, 31 minus stint, and Giovanni is on a 9 minus stint. The thing is that Cartoonen made a full stop, while Giovanni just put fuel in the car. So in any way, Giovanni will more or less be obliged to change the tires in the next pit. Probably the same goes on Cartoonen, because going 2 hours with a single set of tires is dumb, even in wet, in my mind. 1 hour and a half is absolutely fat. Is a thing. 2 hours, eh. The moment the situation here is tense between the 11 and the 230. But you can see now the situation is very close between the McLaren and the Ferrari. Obviously, we are heading towards the very night, so if shortly I will start with my podcast about motorsport, you are free to ask questions, because I am looking at the chat every single... Well, I wouldn't say time, because I just have one monitor, but I'm looking at the chat. Trust me. I'm looking at every single message that arrived. Even if I don't answer, but that's a thing of me, because I can't distinguish between what I want to say and what I say, so everything is a mess every time, and the 51 is off! The former leader! The former leader of the race, after this connection became 8th, now also went into the wall. So the 51 and 52 cars have to take both a trip to Medjugorje at this point around, because it's getting tremendous. Earlier on I said I expect an atomic bomb to form on the engine of the Ferrari. I really doubt I was joking at this point, because I would expect the engine to literally blow. I really hope it doesn't happen. In fact, they are trying to defend the inside as much as possible, but the McLaren is also there. There is a billboard in the middle of the way. There is not a billboard anymore in the middle of the way. There is actually the McLaren that goes on the outside and takes the place even before the left-hander, with 2 cars in the sideways. They were the number 4 and the number 81. But the McLaren takes the place. Number 2 and the number 11 will try to do whatever is possible, using the brakes to its favor. But a 4/10 gap is already a lot to recover, since the Ferrari isn't a weapon in the straight line. In fact, Giovannini will probably... and in fact will stay behind the McLaren. 778 currently with yellow flags being shown. But after this, there is another issue, which is just behind and is basically on the same wavelength as Cartoonen. Sakeke is just there, lapping 2 seconds faster than Cartoonen in the last lap. So this could realistically end up in losing the podium for the number 11. Track is now damp, so the pressures have to be slightly different than the usual. It's the same exact place, in the same exact way, but this time around the Italian doesn't want to let him pass. He takes the middle ground with the Mercedes that tries the outside in a bit of an impossible way. Cutback for the Polish driver. It doesn't happen there, but the Mercedes Demge is very strong in a straight line. And as a matter of fact, it doesn't even pass half the straight. But it's already over. And Mercedes is ahead. Giovanni is out of the podium, with Takeki getting in third place. 2 seconds away from second. Remember, this team was already in second place. So, ultimately, it wouldn't be so bad as a result. And it will be quite phenomenal considering they were in literal nowhere after the disconnection. They were in 7th place. They said, okay, we can do it again. They utilized the next 4 hours. Not even finished, by the way, to get back to their placement. They are currently in 7th, in 3rd. But 1.7 seconds away from Kartunen. Obviously the lead of the race is, unless it disconnects, over and away. They have 90 seconds of advantage. I don't think there is any realistic chance to make it happen at this point. But getting into second place wouldn't be so bad. 54 is actually in the middle of the grass. And Holloway is about to getting approached by Zaza. There is also a drive-through forward to Ulen. By the way, what I was saying earlier is that you can go in chat and ask whatever you want. In fact, a hi to Klaus Christensen that is there, lurking in the distance. And yeah, if you have any question regarding actually everything, I'm a bit of an encyclopedia in terms of motorsports, just ask her. I don't bite. Maybe. If you ask something stupid, I will probably. Drive through also for the 352 in 11th place, and I will never say his surname. I'm sorry, mate. I just can't. Like, how? I don't want to be that person, but how? Like, no. I give up. Meanwhile, here the FLR Mercedes is trying whatever is possible to achieve second place. Few cars that now start to go into the pits. Garby being the first one. So the mechanic driver here is... And the Honda is actually back in business for the BOP. You see a lot of people with the Ferrari, but the reason is that many people are kinda used with the Ferrari, and now that they know that it's not meant anymore, but it's bopped in a correct way, many people still use the Ferrari. I am one of those people, but for a different reason. I just like how it handles. Simple. I don't care if it's slow or not, I just like how it handles the Ferrari. The Honda I never liked, it's basically a brick. It's a funny brick. It's not even funny actually, it's just a brick. It's not a Bentley kind of brick where brick, stability goes woof. It just understeers. It's like a Mercedes but worse, and I hate it completely. But some people actually like it, for some reasons, I'm not really sure which ones. And if they explain them I will probably say they are all wrong. But now that it's bopped, actually the car handles normally in terms of power and handling and everything else. I still hate it. I always hated it. Even when it was OP, I wasn't able to win a single thing. Actually, I had to go back to the Audi for how bad I was getting destroyed when I was using the Honda when it was OP. For how much I can't use that damn brick on wheels. That thing ruined my life. I hate it. I hate Hondas. I went a bit too much drastic, I know, but whatever. If there is one car that I know that actually with the new BOP actually goes quite good, is this McLaren here. As the McLaren is somehow slightly more OP than every other car. Not sure why, probably because of tire management. You can't really take that out with simple quote-unquote based on performance, because it's not based on performance. It's actually a tweaking that the BOP needs, because I don't think it takes in consideration the fuel consumption / tire consumption. And the McLaren has always been good in everything, but the power, and if you tweak that, the McLaren becomes good. A car that I'm not really seeing though is the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini Evo 2 disappeared completely. Not really sure why. It's a very nice car. It goes on the same platform as the Audi. The only difference is that that car actually works. Also the Audi, I'm not seeing it anymore, but I'm not using it for a different reason, called protest. I just hate that the Audi is now what it is. They've lost everything for simple greediness, and I will never forgive them. Unless they give me my LMDH, then I will think about it. Until that moment I will not forgive them, and I will not use their car. Even if I am in love with that car. But out of protest I don't want to use the Audi. And the Lamborghini essentially is just a Audi R8 but better TM. For different amount of reasons. I'm just not seeing it anymore, not really sure why. I've been out of the car market now that the BOP is a thing, and I just drive whatever I like, and the Ferrari, I like it, so I will drive it. Or the Porsche. The Porsche is also a good platform for different reasons. The only thing is that it has a rear engine, so automatically what it becomes is a literal slingshot machine that may or may not kill you. It's up to you. Oh, the 93 is off track into the wall. This car here was also battling with Witter in the 182. Another situation is highly different. You can see there, unfortunately, it was a contact with a Porsche that was sliding somewhere else. And the 93 has been taken. And also the number 78 goes into the inside, misses completely the chicane, cuts it altogether, and doesn't make the position in the end. Actually remains behind the 230 and gains, the only thing that gains is a track limit violation, which is not great 80 minutes prior to the end of the race. With Sakeki that maintains the gap very close to Tunen, but for a moment it was a position for the Polish driver. Meanwhile, Van Oom is now in 15th place after Gordon made the spin. The next target for Van Oom is Witter in 14th place, 3 seconds ahead. And after that I don't think there is going to be any gain for Van Oom, as the gap is a literal lap. So that will probably be the end station for Van Oom. You can see some splitter damage on Sakeki's car. Something probably happened earlier on. There's also another yellow flag, but this time is Witter one. He went wide for some reasons, and this actually gave Van Oom the chance to get very close. But we'll stay here, just behind. You can see there the possible overtake that is happening. 197 is also off track. You can see the fly there. As Van Oom made the overtake from the outside. That was a very nice one. Mercedes goes on to utilize the back marker. Oh, there is a bowling situation, and every car in the range of 4 meters is now off track. What the hell has happened? So it was a sandwich situation. The BMW went way too much on the right side and actually collided with both cars. With Giovannini now getting back on the action too. That was honestly not great, to say the least. Way too much on the right part, and then basically it became bumper cars. As now Kartunen is around there to defend the place. They have another chance at it, because let's be honest, Sakeki was practically after them in the hairpin prior to the bumper car situation. Kudos to the drivers that managed, even with that, to make a 56.6 and 56.8. They managed to lose 2 times on each other after this. It's just incredible. That's actually impressive. They both lost time, but with style. That will bring both cars to damage repair, if any damage repair will happen in 10 minutes. as in 30 minutes there is also more rain coming. So I think Stakek will try the same exact tactic. So going long on the brakes on the final sector. As you can see from the minimap, we are still in the middle part of the sector. The track that is now damp, many drivers are probably struggling massively, considering the heat in the tires. 778 is currently sideways, very likely. This time around I don't think any chance will happen. The 934 is actually put in the middle of a very peculiar situation. It was a barrier touch for Barf, and now has to wait 1,000 years to let everyone pass. Several cars with several seconds of penalty. I will read them all just now. I was arrived at the 2:35. Too much. So it is a 5-second penalty for car 27 because it hits car 182. There is a 10-second penalty for car 81, brake on curb and lost control, then slide to apex, causing collision with car 4, making minor damage. Car 511 receives a 40-second penalty for leaving the track, rejoining when a car is approaching, and 20 seconds to car 182, causing collision with car 230. As there is also slightly behind Mitchell Neck and Carlo Barberi, the car 51 that once was feared by everyone. Now it's a bit of a different situation here. Currently 2 fights going on, one for second and one for 6th place. The one for 6th is coming to an end, maybe now? Not really. The one for 6th still is here. With 70 minutes to go, still much has to be said. And Barf is still on the same spot, possibly the same exact mistake too. This one for now has the priority, but these ones, because there are 3 actually different battles. There is also the one for 11th place between Macoretta and Brujinix. Maybe I said half of it correctly this time. Is there a way to say that name correctly? Like, I really want to say it correctly, but I just feel embarrassing every single time when I try to do so. So here for 6, nothing happens for now, even if the front end is heavily damaged by the Ferrari. In fact, you can see the Mercedes that has gained 20,000 meters, and Sakeki goes on the inside here for position number 2 and overtakes Kartunen for 2nd place. You can see from the helicam how it happened. But there was another pair of cars. In fact, it was very odd. And just at the last moment, changed the idea on the making, and made the position in a very tricky situation. Well, still Barberi. He's trying to defend as much as possible the 6th place. Laurent Barberi stays there. There's been Macoretta that briefly overtook Brunix. I'm getting better, eh? It seems to see that all the fights going on at the moment are effective ones for once. Oh, there is a contact! Oh, major contact between the two cars! And neck is off! Into the barrier, completely demolishing the car. And that's a game over. I think that's a game over. That's a game over for the car. It was way too much aggressive in an inside that wasn't there, breaking into the grass and ultimately going full speed into the wall. It will have major discussion at the end of the race, but that's X round with an effective cross on it. That's definitely going to be one to not talk about. It was way too much in way too little space. There wasn't enough space. And it was way too dangerous after 11 hours. Simply put. Simply put. Drive it through Forek. Drive it through Forek, so things are going, I will say sinking, but that's not enough. As here there is also the battle for position number 11 between Brunix and Macoretta. That goes on the outside, and again another contact goes sideways, and Macoretta is now off the track too. Another 5 seconds being lost by Macoretta, and the American will have to make it through it all again. Closing the way too early. The car was still there. And Aston Martin is now several seconds behind. Meanwhile, Eck will go on and can't repair the car. He has to go through, and he has to just repair the car to just go through the pits. Missing their pit box. They have to make another 2 minutes with this car. Everything is over. Incident plus drive-through. That's going to hurt. It was, but I honestly repeated myself. I will repeat myself. It was way too dangerous. Way too late. It didn't have any sense to risk it all. Like it's a thing you do when you don't like that you are not given enough space. You try to create the space. But there are better ways to do it. And doing it 50 meters before the braking spot wasn't a good idea. Simply put. I know I shouldn't be subjective, but you are in the wet, you are in the dark, and you are 1 hour before the end of a 12 hour. I really think there is a line. And that's the line. You know, Handy. Unfortunately, half spin for him in the worst possible place. The rear goes off. That's because the tires are heating up massively. The track is now greasy. They have to go for around 25 minutes with wet tires on a track that is clearly not wet anymore. So someone will probably use this to his advantage, because if you think through Howley, not anymore, but whoever could have done it, they could have gone into the pits and sort of clean a pit. Whoever went for a long run, it was the perfect moment this time around. So like a run without changing tires. At this point you just go early, you do 20 minutes on a dry set, and you gain 4 seconds per lap, more or less. 4 is a bit too much, maybe 3. Anyway, 3 seconds per lap you need to make back 30 seconds. In 10 laps, it's around 20 minutes. You do the math. Now it's a bit too late, but I would have done it earlier on. In fact, I think someone heard me. Brunix currently into the pits. But the scene timer is indeed there. So maybe, just maybe, they can try the dry tires. I mean, they are in 12th place. It's not like they will lose everything. At this point, it actually makes sense to risk it. Risk it or lose it at this point. Why not? At the worst, they lose a couple of spots. At the best, they gain 3. It's not bad. "20-second penalty for Baileys 2, by the way, for car 182. Did I already said the reason here? Yes, I did. So Sakeki Kartunen, both in the pits. The question is, will they make the call? Like, does it make sense to just risk it all at this point? No, it doesn't, because you can see 10 minutes is training again. So just endure. It's not like they have any choice. In fact, this idea was to be applied 10 minutes ago. Now it's way too late. Already, the 2 minutes after, it was already too late. Several teams are actually in the pits. I hate my situation at the moment. Okay. I'm basically cacking with a silencer, which is funny to hear, but it's actually very frustrating. So Cartoon is now back. No, I don't want to start now. 1 hour to the end. Cartoon is now 2 seconds, 3 seconds away from Sakeki. Imagine if one of the two actually did the dry tires. I don't know how to see it from here. I know you can basically read the bends on the outside, which is actually a very good thing to do, except it's completely dark, so I can't see anything at all. But I know you could do it, theoretically. I ironically think Karnudin is actually on dry tires. Or Sakeki is on the dry. I have no idea, because one of the two is gaining a second per sector, so clearly there is something different on the two cars. One of the two did the odd strategy. I don't know which one of the two. And Giovannini is with yellow flags being shown. And the reason is to be given to themselves. throttle on the curb. That's definitely not a good idea. And Giovannini is into the grass. Luckily, the atomic bomb still hasn't exploded on them, so at the very least they are still on the run. But yeah, one of the two here made a choice. It's quite clear because the gap is on 5 seconds, and then it was 2. One of the two choose to pit for dry tires and the other for wet tires. I just can't know which one of the two. Okay, there is a way. Or Kartunen simply had way more lower temperature pressures, maybe going a bit safe in terms of pressures. Which makes sense. But okay, there is a way. I just have to go into 45th place in time. And maybe from here? They are dry. They are dry. Oh boy. I think they were dry. Not completely sure, but I think they were dry. Well, there has been an overtake here. Damien Kutkan made the position on Halvorsen. That was for the 39th place. And Hughes is behind. Will probably be the next online to make the same. In fact, oh no, wait, apologies. There are 3 different laps apart. And Giovannini after the stop is very much behind. As now Daphne is a second and bits ahead. I think we can do the same as earlier on, but this time around with the Ferrari 296 following Daphne for 5th place. 50 minutes to go. Not as much as to be discovered. I think we already know without too much trouble who is ahead. The moment there is an entire pit stop of difference between Stakaki and Ulrich. The question is still the same. Are they on dry tires? Is it still highly possible? Or not? Also, Sajeti is very close to Daphne. There is still that second that gaps the two. In fact, Barberi goes on to make it into the pit. But now the leader is also into the pits. That goes on for the last pit stop of their evening. Now that's the last hour. I will probably try to use a different tone. Sort of. Can't use. I can use F7. I just hate to do it in live stream. Like it's something that I don't like. It's kind of unrealistic. I honestly am a bit of an hater to use the camera when it doesn't belong. It's cool to do drone shots. I always did. But here, I don't know. It's sort of my. It has to be as much realistic as possible kind of vibe. That's also why I use so much these cameras. And I never use, for example, this one. Because it's unrealistic. Just because of that. Something of me. Just leave me be. Many people already say that I have several mental issues. Myself included. I mean, Sayeti here is behind Daphne in the number 11. And looking at the stint timer, this actually is a battle for position. And ultimately it will be a battle for at least the top 4. With number 11 that unfortunately made the dead spin that called them off the podium altogether. And even outside the top 4. In all of these there are 5 different teams, 5 different manufacturers, 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. So the bot really works. And in the top 10 there is also an Honda, which is something I wasn't looking forward to the 2015. It wasn't in my 2024 bingo card. There were definitely other things. Now Sageti is the frontman of this advance into the top positions. For some reasons my heating is now working again, which makes me very happy. Assetto is just 4 times away, 45 minutes to go and 0 pits to make, so this actually becomes basically a sprint. Now maybe there is the chance for Sageti to make it happen. Oh, into the outside, way too much into the outside. In fact, Sageti makes it into 4th place. With Daphne losing the car on entry. Now extremely close to the car in front. But Ferrari can't really make much in terms of straight line speed. The Ferrari is very good in the braking, as you can see there. With yellow flags being shown, it's not getting very better for them, but we'll see what happened afterwards with the BMW. And after at the end stays where he is. Meanwhile, the replay is here between Benjamin Eck and whichever BMW was there. I think I went too much behind, as always. Oh, there was an Aston Martin. It was also their teammate. Oh, this was also their teammate's car. It was Ian Thompson in the number 4 and Benjamin Eck in the 331, teammates. And also Daphne is now back in front? How? Please let me see it. Okay, I can't. So there is a reason, clearly. I just missed it completely. Can I like try somehow? Maybe here. We can see the Ferrari still in front here. Oh, it was the Ferrari nearly losing the car completely. Shutting off the lights too, possibly trying to recover whatever was recoverable from the wheel. And Sageti is still alive, so everything is a better part of the coin from here. But this meant losing the place number 4. So Sageti is now back in 5th place. So now Benjamin Eck outside the top 10 nearly. Only 6 seconds separate him from Yapello. Yapello is honestly one of the quickest cars on track at the moment, so it could have gone way better, let's say. And at the end of the day, I apologize with Sakeki. He actually wasn't on a different tire strategy or anything else. He was just faster than Kartunen. Simply put. He managed to gain temps upon temps, and now he has a 10-second gap on pace alone. I honestly thought it was just for a different tire, maybe trying a dumb tactic. In fact, it wasn't a dumb tactic. It was just speed. It was simply odd seeing a complete change in the pace. Possibly it was really just for pressures getting optimized rather than anything else. And things go even worse for Daphner. Drive through for exceeding track limits. For Daphner, I was looking behind, because behind is the leader. So I was a bit looking maybe who would have given the space, but obviously now Ulrich will have the space all for himself, considering that Daphner will suffer a drive-through, lose the 5th place, only 5th place, but the German driver will lose the position number 4 to go to the number 5, almost instantly, putting the fight to an end. Meanwhile, here in 15th place, Feltham and Scaptura are battling for what is position number 14. Likely. Saving tires? No. No, definitely no. Doesn't make any sense. You're in the wet. And complete service. You don't save the tires. SimTech Racing here. Trying to achieve something more. Well, so now car number 93 behind from TSA Racing is trying to push as much as possible in the last 39 minutes of racing. Oh, nearly making contact with the Porsche ahead. It was extremely close between the two in that particular moment. This is not a fight in class, but it's going to be a fight for overall position. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter in terms of positioning in the leaderboard, as the AM class and Pro class are completely different, and they stand on two different tables. But still, it is a fight in the overall standing, which is always something that you want to fight for. This is also the closest thing we have to a battle at the moment, even if there is a considerable battle that might sparkle in 23rd place. This is closer and upper. Stop recognizing my Italian accent. I'm trying my best to avoid for it to being heard. I'm really trying my best. I apologize. 934, still again, on the very same spot for the third time in a short amount of time, spinning into the grass and going into the wall, slightly tapping the wall and the barrier. That ain't a great situation. Meanwhile, here you can see definitely went into the pits, and still Sculptor here in the 93. As a Porsche here in the SimTech Racing, and his Porsche are trying the best possible to keep the position number 15 alive. In the Pro class it's 14th, but regardless, whatever is the outcome from this fight, the position in Pro class will remain 14, number 14 for Feltham and the SimTech Racing Squadron. Oh, going slightly wide there, and leaving a brief moment of a chance to Aston Martin behind to make it happening, but nothing has been created as of that. And in fact now it goes on his side, and Aston Martin goes on in 15th place. Can he maintain the spot? And the answer is actually yes. Going slightly on the curb, but not offside. So no track limits violations, which means the drive-through is slightly further away. So the situation at the moment is that Ulrich is without too many obstacles in first place, around 80 seconds ahead of everybody else for McLeod Racing Team. And we have got the FRL Racing Team in second place in the Mercedes 78, with Kartunen in the full finish squad. A Clean Racing Finland, in fact, is the name of the team there. In the McLaren 230 with Cecco Saietti for Vesta Sport. This team here, for who hasn't seen the whole race, was able to have 3 different cars in the top 4. Unfortunately, many things happened. A disconnection for the 52, for the 51. At 52, to be honest, I think the only thing that happened is a loss of pace somewhere in the middle of the race. And Saietti is now in 4th place outside the podium after a spin earlier on and a couple of more mistakes. Then we have got the MSR Esports 212 driven at the moment by Jan Dufner, and just behind his teammates in the Ferrari MSR Esports with Jakob Scheber currently driving the car. Manuel Maggioni and Carlo Barberi are currently driving in 7th and 8th for Vesta Sport. In 9th place we have our first IM, and it's Adam Gardner driving for Remnant Racing. In the only Honda that I have ever seen in the last 24 months. And at the moment they're really putting a very good pace. Benjamin Eck for the FRR Racing team that unfortunately is just 10th after 2 major incidents, with one being with their actual teammate car. And Sandro Iapello is just following behind for QRT Esports, with Mark Leclerc for TSA Racing, Domenico Bilotti for Assetto Racing team, with West Competizione Racing in 14th place, managing a great comeback, and Matteos Captura for TSA Racing, ending your top 15. Now, Iapello here may be very much able to flinch position number 10. For the car number 331, it will be a slap in the face of enormous dimensions, considering their Forza Ferrari. With what happened lately in Formula 1, no. Forza Ferrari. Poi Lamborghini è meglio. Anyway, Iapello is in 11th here, 3 times away from Eck. It will be a battle for just the top 10 overall, even if in Pro Class it's already a top 10, considering that Gardner is not to be considered in the Pro Class positioning. And a drive-through has been handed to the car number 166 in 20th place. Drive-through for exceeding track limits 30 minutes away from the finish line. So they will have to make a trip into the pits, and this will not lead to any position loss, as they will end up being a minute behind the Bademsi. Akmadza is a minute and 20 seconds away from not, so no position will be lost in the meantime. Fact already going into the pit lane instantly as soon as the drive-through happened. But here I think the situation is very well in contention. Last laps have been more in favor of Iapello. There is a yellow flag in here. The reason is for the Taylor Motorsport car. They went on the curb a bit aggressively. Oh, colliding heavily with the inner wall. Huge damage for the Ferrari there. Just minutes away from the end. And I really think that this time around it will be the moment, going into the inside as much as possible. Ferrari can't really do much in the straight, but they can do much in the other parts of the circuit, called braking and turning. And outside it could be very, very optimistic to make it happen. In fact, Ferrari stays there and keeps the position number 11. Even if I would have tried it. Anyway, just for the memes. with the 352 that is putting a lot of effort into it. As we go into the wing camera, you can see that Ferrari having way more inner lines than the Mercedes. In terms of stint timing, I don't think there is a single car that will have to make one. So every launch into the pits will be because of a drive-through. Not a single one will be made for other reasons. Not even for the fastest lap, considering it's raining. As the fastest lap doesn't even give you anything in terms of points. But still, so Benjamin Ecke went as much to the wall as possible, even taking some of the paint off the wall. Braking a bit late, but this time around the 352 is on the inside corner. Tries to cover the inside a bit too late in my mind, but still it was valid. Oh, there is a contact, and the Mercedes is off into the grass, and the Apello passes, and also Leclerc passes through. So 2 places being lost by Benjamin Ecke. So the Swedish driver now in 12th place, not even 11th, with Leclerc behind in 11th, and the Apello making the place, rather creating the space for making the place. I don't know how much the stewards will be in favor of Apello. Personally, there ain't much justice in that overtake. So possibly a 5-second penalty will appear in the upcoming minutes. There is also a drive-through for Podium for exceeding track limits, and there is also a yellow flag. It's Holloway that also lost the position on Wurthuizen. They are in 25th place at the moment. So Apello here still fighting for the 10th place, to be fair, considering Leclerc is there. A bit off the apex, not a yellow flag there, it's actually the car 166. Leclerc 55.1 for Leclerc, 55.6 for Apello. Obviously the lap isn't completely representative of their pace, considering what happened seconds ago. But the moment Apello could try to take home the 10th place, the aim at the moment is possibly to create a 5 seconds gap, even by utilizing Leclerc as a bit of a buffer in the middle, to try to slow down Ecke as much as possible to create those 5 seconds. Abbiamo fatto 6 ore, 6 ore. Ci sono ancora 6. In fact, Ecke is way more behind than expected, I'll be honest. I thought Leclerc to lose so much, a bit more time, or anyway to Ecke to stay way more closer to this duo, but apparently it doesn't seem the case. And it's actually Leclerc that is gradually getting, well, certainly not that far away, apart from a couple of mistakes along the lap, but we will have to see. if those mistakes are common or if they were just some minor inconveniences, let's say. Up ahead there is also a battle in the team, as Maggioni here is losing some time to Barberi. It's actually more than a bit. Oh, there is a contact between several cars. Marcelino here and... oh no, it's two different incidents, apologies. I saw a yellow flag in two different cars. I thought it was the same incident. But here I really doubt there will be any kind of team order, considering they are battling for themselves at this point around. With Schaber that is 12 seconds ahead. And Barberi that is currently lapping a second and a half faster than Maggioni. I don't really think there will be even a huge debate in terms of positioning. With Maggioni that takes the inside. Thinks maybe about defending the position, but for a very, very brief moment. Here, on the other hand, Apple is actually slightly more in trouble than I expected. Leclerc wasn't that close earlier on, and this battle with Eck actually showed a difficulty that wasn't in the plans, very likely. Last lap around was a 52.9 for Yapello and Leclerc made a 53.4. This time around is the opposite. Two times have been gained by Leclerc. 53.9 for Yapello, 53.7 for Leclerc. With the TSI Racing number 77. I see the chat. Ciao Italia! Così va. Così Yapello is still in 10th place. Obviously in all of these it also meant that Eck lost the position on the top 10 altogether, as this at the moment becomes 11th in Pro Class. And to put acid to the wound, the gap between Leclerc and Eck is more than 5 seconds, so a possible penalty of 5 seconds on Yapello will be completely useless by the end of the 20 minutes if Eck doesn't do anything until the checker flag that will come over the heads of the drivers in 19 minutes. I can't read the numbers anymore. I am incredible. See some yellow flags showing on track. Currently number 4 went wide in the second to last corner, which is actually a hairpin. Famous corner with a U shape. Seems like a mistake happened on Stakeki's side, since now the gap has been cut in half. The gap is now 5 seconds on Kartunen. 5 to 6, depending on the moment. But ultimately, I doubt we will see something happening in second place. Last famous words. Team needs to go, it means roughly 11 laps to the end. Benjamin Eck at this point kind of thrown away the glove. 7 seconds is the gap between Eck and Leclerc, with just one being the one between Japello and the Swissman and the Canadian. The Swissman is now in 10th place here. More than 60 seconds away from Gardner in front, so a couple of positions are already declared by chance, unless a disconnection happens. 25.11 and 4.75 on the very same point, so I suspect there was a contact between the two cars. Oh, in fact, this was a heavy contact between the two, with this 4.75 and the 5.11 colliding in the middle of the hairpin. 40th and 45th place there. And I think the Ferrari up there is starting to look bright in terms of keeping the place for themselves. Last time around it was a 54.5 for Japello, and the Canadian made a 54.7. So another 2 tenths have been gained there. There was some lag, very odd. I just want to see if there is any, I won't say penalty, but I think maybe not. I was trying to see if there was something moving in the race control room. We now Brinkman that lost a place on Zaza. Oh, there was a car jumping, and it was again the 3-3-1 getting involved. What happened there? How did it happen? So, what? That's not something that happens so easily. Okay, so the 87 became a sort of spaceship? The hell? I want to see it back from somewhere else. Oh, there was a contact between the Lamborghini and the Ferrari that then got sent into the Mercedes. That is now finding some troubles, possibly in every single aspect of the car. Completely demolished the rear end. And Japello also is about to lose the position. Contact between two cars. 77 is off. For a brief moment there was another incident that could have happened. Still anything there? But that thing there between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, I think it was, well, there is just one Lamborghini, so it's not like there is much choice to pick from. But the 75 and the 87, with obviously the 3-3-1 getting involved once more, that car really can't catch a break. Obviously, car demolished, and I think that I really think Bilotti will have another place. With the 3-3-1 having to lose another one. In fact, they go into the pits to repair whatever is repairable. Can I have a look at the rear bumper, please? Okay, it's not as bad as it seemed. I really think it's bad anyway. Having a car sent into you full speed, I don't think will make the car repairable in a short amount of time. So now Leclerc is in charge of Yapello. Funny how seconds ago I said that possibly it was already over. This is the complete opposite. Number 166 again, with yellow flags being shown. This time in the hairpin into turn 3. Still standing there. Oh, they are on the inside wall. So it will pass some time before they are able to move. And drive through for Daphne again, another one for them. And Benjamin is in the pits once. No, still are. They still are in the pits. They've been in the pits for the past 90 seconds. And they will possibly remain for another minute, maybe. No, they are already off. Sliding there was Leclerc, and the 166 is still there. Please, mate, make it. Okay, no. And the Apollo receives a 10-second penalty for the contact with Benjamin Eck earlier on, as the Swedish lost the place. Usually it's a 5-second, but whatever. So this means that Leclerc automatically gets place number 10 in the overall leaderboard, and the number 9 in the pro class. As Ian Daphne now goes into the pits for the drive-through received for exceeding track limits. This doesn't change any placement, since Schreiber is around 30 seconds behind. But to drive through in a single stint, not two stints, ain't really the best. But they still keep the placement, so nothing really changes there. As the 166 loses another placement there after sending itself into the pits. Now the 77 effectively passes the 352, but this pass ultimately doesn't really mean anything in the leaderboard, since it was already decided a couple of minutes ago. Well, here is the closest battle currently on track. It's between Telenex and Zorio. 8 times is the gap, with a yellow flag being shown there. It's number 934 with the fourth spot. And the Aston goes off and gets a drive-through for exceeding track limits. And ultimately also lost the place on Telenex. So Zorio gets the drive-through for exceeding track limits. Particularly the second I look at them. And in fact, it's a journey into the pit lane practically instantly. There's also a 15-second penalty on card 971 for some reasons. I just have to update this thing. Every time it has to be updated, I don't know why. I can't see the reason yet. Also, Jufrida has got a 5-second penalty. But I don't see anything more in particular. So I think we are, since we are close to the final moments, I think I could go for a brief team debrief. Start with FRL Racing Team number 999 in 46th place. And we got SimTech Racing in 475 with SimTech 474 just after. Number 5 is LTR2 and number 5 Ferrari with 315 BMW being driven by the Run DJC. Then number 270 Ferrari with the 511 FRL. Number 197 for Taylor Motorsport with the Ferrari 778 for Turn Sim Racing. Number 6 BMW for FRL Racing Team. And in 36th place is 72 Era Esport for Ferrari. Number 68 FMP Italia in 35th place with 971. No. Come on. 534 Yellow Submarine Racing McLaren with Advisor Racing Team in 32nd place in 934. 81 Astro Racing Team in 31st place with Payne driving the QRT Esport number 43 Ferrari. TTSR Team number 54 Mercedes with 28th place kept by the FRL Racing Team number 4. Era Esport number 27 Ferrari is in 27th place. Ironic. 166 Turn 1 Sim Racing is in 26th with Not Alien number 180 BMW. 531 in 24th place with QRT Sport in the number 87 Ferrari 23rd place. Number 300 is the Gazelle Motorsport in 22nd place with Zazza Racing Team in 712 Ferrari in 21st place, and in 20th place is the Moore Esport in the number 75. Oop. Something is clearly wrong here. But MC is driving the FRL Racing Team in the 737 McLaren in 19th place. 123 Tri-State Racing in 18th place with the 182 TSR1 in 17th place in another BMW. Porsche number 473 SimTech Racing is in 16th place with TSE Racing in 15th place, number 93. Number 33 BMW for West Competition Racing in 14th place with Assetto Racing Team number 18 in 13th place. FRL Racing Team 331 in 12th in a Mercedes, being hit by practically a quarter of the entire grid. QRT Esport is currently in 11th place in the 352 Ferrari with the number 77 TSE Racing in 10th place. As we go now with the leader in IM class, Remnant Racing 787 Honda in 9th place overall. Vesa Sport 52 and 51 in 8th and 7th. 202 MSR Esport in 6th place with 212 Porsche in the top 5. Then we got the fastest at the moment of the Vesta Sport cars in 4th place, number 11. And then we've got the podium. Clean race in Finland. Number 230 McLaren is in third. A Ferrari Racing Team is in 78. Mercedes-Benz. And then on top of everyone else is McLaren Racing Team in the number 141 Aston Martin. 1 minute and 40 seconds ahead of the second placed car. So nearly lapping the entirety of the field as we are getting closer and closer to the final lap of the race. Now here there was a yellow flag. There is also a double drive-through for both Besselink in the number 81 that actually will lose the position number 31 to go into 32nd, and the Teltnex that is now in the 27 Ferrari in the pits, but they will not lose a place at the moment. Okay, maybe they will not. As we go into the cockpit cam, as the white flag, brought to you by Coach Dave Academy, takes on the final lap of the race. Turn 1, hairpin, made in first gear. You usually utilize all the carbon external part, but here it's a bit impossible. Then turn 2, and the hairpin turn 3, being famous for every overtake being made by Daniel Ricciardo here. Usually you try to stay as much close to the apex as possible, since there is a right corner here. You may want to go to the curb, but you really don't want to. Left-hander, you basically have to go blind over the curb, completely utilizing the curb on the internal and the external side, not here in the wet obviously. Close to the inner curb. It's not really a curb, it's more like a tarmac sort of thingy. Then the chicane. You cut a bit the first, you completely cut the second usually. All to the external, and then the S's. Left, then right. Then a brief moment in third gear in the dry. Then left again. Close to the grass on the left, and then right again in here. A bit of a straight line, a very brief straight line. And then a 90-degree corner to the right, which then comes to the very final part of the circuit. Hairpin to the left. A bit more tight compared to the one to the right, that is actually the last part of the circuit. Final hairpin, usually in third gear even. And here comes Martin Ulrich to complete the race in position number 1, thanks also to Amedeo de Keyser and Christoph Verstappen, to win the 12 hour of Hungaroring, sponsored by Coach Dave Academy and hosted by FRL Community. Car number 78 in here is still at the beginning of the lap. And same goes for the car 230, as they were practically close to being lapped. So GT will actually complete the event 1 lap behind for Vesta Sports number 11, with the 212 MSR Esport still in the middle part of the circuit. But I'm just waiting for top here. The car 87 at the end received that 30-second penalty for the wreck created. There is also the 230 here. Several classes still have to finish. We've got the 51, we got the 300 that goes on here, we got the 971, we got the 72. They're coming to the end. 27 in here for Era Esport. Sakeki completes it in second place, side by side with their teammates a bit behind, and Kartunen is effectively in the top 3 in the team. So this was it for tonight. Since it's midnight, I will just ask the winner if they want to go in the commentary room, since I understand it's midnight for many, so possibly many people want to actually just sleep. Not really sure on that hand. But first of all, I want to thank everyone that just went here to have a laugh, maybe, or to watch some racing. For who doesn't know me, I'm Chris Romano. Obviously, I'm Italian, since apparently my accent has to appear. I try my best to avoid it. I try my best every time to avoid it, but And
green light. Go.
Obviously, I'll be on Thursday back on the Masters, and this was the first round of the 10. I can't count anymore, of the 10 rounds for the Endurance GT3 Coach Dave Delta. Notte raga. And so if you want some more racing, you can try to follow the channel on Thursday with the rookies and the masters, with some more one-offs during the year left and right. There is also the Alpine Challenge later during the week. Let's try. Okay. So it has been 6 hours of racing for me. I haven't still had my water, so I'm close to dying, which is fine. Anyway. Okay. So, apart from some incidents and a lot of trouble, I really think... Okay. I really think that this was a nice racing experience for all the drivers. A bit too many incidents and yellow flags in my mind, but rain also creates that. In all of this, I think we will have the... Okay. We will have the silver... The I am winner in the interview channel briefly. We will just have the winners because it's midnight after all. So the Honda and the Aston Martin drivers, but I'm not entirely sure about the second one. By the way, welcome Adam and Harry in the commentary box. Let me just see one thing. Okay, test it out. Because I just put the capture on Discord, so I don't know if it's working.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, it's working.
Working.
Hi. So, winner in class.
Yeah.
In the Honda. So I think that's also a plus.
only Honda on the grid.
I just have to put your volume correctly because you are a bit... Okay, now it's okay. So, a bit of a preview of your team for the viewers.
Team, just me and Adam.
We used to race in a league called Exiled a few years ago, and Henry ran it. And then when people left and we folded the league, Henry and I just carried on racing together, and we've just stayed. Just Henry and I. That's it in our team.
Mm-hmm. And
we,
and what made you choose the on like what was the idea behind the why did you choose the Honda?
Why did you choose the Honda?
you'll have to answer that, Henry, because you picked it, mate.
No one else is using it. That's the honest
Okay.
answer. No one else is using it, so we picked the Honda.
We like to use a car that's different, that's not picked by a lot of people. So yeah, that's why we picked a Honda, really.
And honestly, the Honda is one of those cars that are not used anymore because of multiple reasons. Is it? I'll be honest. This one is a bit of a question from my end. Is this still that brick that it used to be, or has it improved anyhow?
It's quite twitchy. It makes it fun to drive. But no, we don't find it's that slow. Like you just run pretty much meta setup on it. So with the damper hacks and stuff, and it's still thereabouts. And with the LFM bop, that's obviously helped massively with it. I think there was only one other car that had minus kilos along with the Honda, so I think the LFM bop massively helps.
And in the entire okay, my game crashed. Thanks a lot. And in the entirety of the 12 hours, what was the moment that you saw? Okay, that maybe you saw something or you thought about a particular event, and you were like, okay, this will be one of those moments I will remember.
Yeah, we took a risk really early on, didn't we, Adam? The track dried, and the sun came out, and me and Adam actually argued about this. Like, I'm taking slicks, and Adam's going, "No, you're not. You're staying on wets." I was like, "I'm taking slicks, mate. Like, I need to take slicks." And we took the slicks, and we absolutely must have lit up the timing screens because everyone noticed us, and we found ourselves up in P5, and I was like, "Shit, it worked." And yeah, that was a good moment. And then we had a couple of bad stints after that. But we were out of position in the Honda in a cold Hungaroring, cold wet Hungaroring. So the risks you have to take the risk to make any headway.
Yeah, in your position, I'll be honest, risks were not like mandatory since you were ahead by several laps on the following IM class driver. But I really think that you really didn't aim for just the class win. I think you aimed for overall being a competitive car, and you actually were in sometimes. You actually battled more than once with cars that were honestly one of the cars you battled with was like the leader of the race at one point. So, and you actually defended as much as possible. So that was very much on point with the philosophy.
There was some points, like with it being such a long race, like particularly earlier on, we just weren't about racing people. We just wanted to stay out of trouble and just go at our own pace. Because you only end up losing time overall. So, but yeah, the later it got into the race, we tried to fight people off a little bit. But like I say, we're not in the quickest of cars, and a lot of people were in our class. So at the end of the day, we don't want to ruin their race, so we'll fight so far, but then we'll just let them go.
No, always fight. Always fight. My mentality is always fight for position, even if it's not yours to fight for. But yeah, obviously, even for the chat on YouTube, if they wanted to ask any question to the winners in class, I will wait here with the chat on my screen. And anyway, I personally just want one last thing to say. If you got the idea to stick with this car and to maybe master the Honda a bit more during the following races, or if you want maybe have a bit of diversification in your garage, maybe try something else for a different kind of race, maybe or just to maybe test something else, or
I mean, I think we've already sort of discussed that. Should we change car for each race? But we both agreed that we're not BOP hunters, are we?
No, we're here to have fun. I think we will stay with the Honda just because it's different.
Ah, okay, makes sense.
But let's see how many Hondas are at the next race.
It might have inspired people.
I'll be honest, I highly doubt you will see someone else in a Honda, but we'll never see.
We'll be at Donington in the Honda.
Oh boy.
Why not? Why not?
There are a couple of reasons I want to say, but and there is one last question from the chat is how was the visibility at the end of the race, considering it was completely dark and completely wet?
It was horrendous. It was so hard to see cars. Like you couldn't see brake lights. It was really, really difficult. Really difficult.
I know that some people used to tweak the in-game gamma to see more.
Yeah, I think you can adjust that, and you can go to bonnet cam as well to increase visibility. But my feeling is you just lose the immersion in what you're doing. So I stick with it, and I mean I know Adam was complaining a lot in the later stages, but he stuck with it. He didn't feel the need that you need to change it. He just if you're in a real race car on a real racing track, you can't change your view to make your visibility any better. Live with it.
Go on, man up. Get on with it.
Okay, but yeah, thanks for coming here in the interview, and good job on the win. You absolutely demolished the IM field, and I really hope to see you next time in February the 3rd, because seeing this orange Honda being absolutely out of the usual is always one of those things, because I'm really not a fan of the entire field one car only, and I'm a fan of just seeing things that you don't really see that much, like the Lamborghini, maybe the Audi, or things like that. So
I mean, if anyone wants to challenge us, maybe we might just pull out the Jaguar. You know, no one uses that.
There
is a reason no one uses that, but but yeah.
You had a new teammate if you pick that, mate. No, we'll be there February 3rd in the Honda.
Nice to hear. And yeah, enjoy the champagne, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
See ya. Okay, so these were the winners in IM class. Unfortunately, the pro class winners aren't here, so I will just end it up here. Thank you so much for following the entirety of the race, for whoever did it, and even just some tiny bits for everyone else. I will be back on Thursday, actually even earlier, because there is the Alpine. Theoretically, there should be the Alpine Super Cup on Tuesday, but certainly I will be here for the Masters starting in. I forgot the day. No, I've got it here. Maybe no. I completely forgot the day. Anyway, it's next Tuesday, so it's 18th. No, 11th. I can't. How can I not see correctly a calendar? I am the greatest. Anyway, I will be see you in the Masters or the Alpine or on track. I am in very different places all at once. Anyway, good night to all. Stay safe. That was yeah. I nearly destroyed my arm over the chair. So I will wrap it up before I kill myself in all the ways possible here, because I nearly fell off the chair twice earlier on. So I will wrap it up here.